Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, December 1st, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely yet frigid Monday afternoon in New York City. December is here. It's the holiday season. If you celebrated Thanksgiving on Thursday, hope you had a lovely, lovely time with family and friends. I sure did. Thanks for asking. I played in a little football game on Thursday morning with my kids and some neighbors. I got absolutely cooked. I mean, it was embarrassing how I got cooked by a 25-year-old or so. Shout out to Ben Weintraub. He cooked me. I mean, he scored 6 touchdowns on me, and it was quite embarrassing, especially in front of my boys. However, I did get a pick 6. I did score a touchdown, and I also scored the game-winning touchdown. NBD. And so I felt pretty good about myself after the fact. Also after the fact, I felt like a truck had run over me. I'm not sure why. It wasn't tackle football, but I was so sore. I guess this is what happens when you're 43. I guess you just get sore when you do things. Nevertheless, had a great holiday break. Not a lot of MMA fights happened, but golly, a lot of MMA news happened. And in case you were out and about, you may have seen on the channel, we dropped a special breaking news video and pod. Thanks for Frank. We had to wake him up from his turkey coma to get that one done, but he did get it done in relatively quick fashion. And we reacted to all the news. And of course, today on the program, we shall react to the news even more so. And we shall also speak to the newsmakers, because that's what we do around these parts. So like I said, not a lot of MMA fights happened this weekend. There was the Ben Whitaker debut for Matchroom. Successful, very successful, first round knockout. There was the boxer debut on BBC 2, Jamie TKV defeating Fraser Clark. Great fight. If you watched it, shout out. There was Survivor Series, Petco Park, a little comme ci, comme ça, the internet is saying. And then, of course, there was Real American Freestyle Wrestling, Michael Chandler getting the W over Chad Mendes. Going to talk about all of that and more here on the program. First, let me talk about today's lineup, because it is a super duper stacked one. The next couple days are just absolutely bonkers. Back end of the show, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, the multiple-time PFL champion, the current reigning defending UFC women's bantamweight champion, the one and only Judo Kayla Harrison is going to stop by to talk about her big fight against Amanda Nunes. You know by now, January 24th, T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, Nevada, co-main event. Kayla Harrison, Amanda Nunes, a fight that is dripping in storylines and drama and all kinds of intrigue. We'll talk to her about that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Lerone Murphy, who is not fighting on January 31st, aka February 1st in Sydney, Australia, against one Alex Volkanovski. It is, in fact, going to be Diego Lopez against Alex Volkanovski for the featherweight title again, less than a year after Volk beat him to become champion in April in Miami. Lerone, Movsar, odd men out. More on them in a moment. He'll join us at approximately 3:05 to talk about that. Tony Ferguson going to join us. El Kukui returning to action December 20th against the Mechanic. Big fight, Misfits, Mania, Dubai. That's the card headline by Andrew Tate versus Chase Demore. Tony Ferguson returning after the win over Assault Papi in August, this time against the guy Dylan Dennis beat in the MMA fight. Always great to catch up with El Kukui. He'll join us at 2:30. And prior to that, we'll be joined by Lamont Roach Jr., who returns to action this Saturday. PBC on Prime, pay-per-view, going up against... Actually, you know what? I don't think it is pay-per-view. I might have gotten that one wrong, which, to be honest, I don't think it should be pay-per-view. No, it's on Prime. It's on Prime. Shout out. It's going down in San Antonio, Frostbank Center this Saturday. Isaac Pitbull Cruz. He's moving up from 135 to 140 is Lamont Roach after the debacle that happened in Brooklyn against Tank Davis in March, you may recall. I'm slipping off my chair here. Well, this is his first fight back. He didn't get the rematch, all that and more. Anyway, he's en route to San Antonio, but he's stopping in studio before he heads there, and he'll join us at about 1:30. Oh, actually, 1:45, 1:30. Joshua Van on the show. He's fighting co-main event this Saturday, UFC 323 against Alex Pantoja for the flyweight title. Holy shit, there's a lot going on today. Look at that 5-pack of guests. Some say it's a stacked show. Others just call it a Monday. I would be the others. Now, by now you know a lot of news has happened. No time to waste. A lot of things happen on Thursday. In fact, 4 major things happen on Thursday. Usually Thanksgiving, quiet time, everyone's chilling, a little football, a little parade. Not in the world of MMA. It reminded me of November 2019. Conor McGregor announced that he'd be fighting Donald Cerrone January 2020. This happened, I remember, it was around like 5, 6 o'clock Thanksgiving Day because the Bills were playing at the Cowboys and I had to miss the second half because I had to do a Sports Center hit. Anyway, you don't care about all that, but it reminded me of it. But in fact, this time around, there was a lot more news attached to it. So what were the 4 major things that happened on this particular Thanksgiving Day 2025? Well, in the morning, we got a tweet from Ilya Topuria explaining that he is going to be taking some time off. I won't be fighting in the first quarter of next year. I'm going through a difficult moment in my personal life. I want to focus on my children and resolve this situation as soon as possible. I don't want to hold up the division. The UFC will make the matchups needed, and as soon as the matters are resolved, I'll let the UFC know I'm ready to begin my return. The initial plan was to have him fight on this January 24th card against Paddy Pimblett. That was the hope. And that's what we were alluding to after Arman beat Dan Hooker. Shortly thereafter, found out he is not fighting on this date. And that's why I said, well, if he's not fighting on this date, they have to move on and just do Arman versus Ilya. Suspected that they'd keep Paddy on the card, and they did keep Paddy on the card. More on that in a moment. Shortly after that tweet, we got a tweet from the UFC saying there would be a big announcement by Dana White during halftime of the Cowboys-Chiefs game, which made all the sense of the world. We had been waiting for a long time. One of the announcements going to start to roll in about the Paramount era, which begins in January. We're sitting here. It's December now. Well, it's late November at the time, and there are no fights being announced. What the hell's going on? By the way, shout out to On Air Jordan. Great detective work. First show back. On Air Jordan is back, everyone. Yeah. There he is. We miss you. You haven't been here for a month. And at one point, I was going to actually announce why you were away, and they told me not to.
Who's they?
The people in the back, they're like, it's his.
Listen, let's dispel a couple rumors first. Been getting some messages. No, Frank and I didn't have a fist fight. It was just a verbal altercation. No suspension, though. So, no, I was out. My wife had a baby girl.
Wow.
Yes, it's been a great month. It's been a lot of fun. But, diapers, I said, you know what? It's time for Ariel to take the front seat again. Diapers can go to the back seat.
Yeah. Well, we missed you. Baby girl's name?
Sabrina.
Shares
a birthday with her mom.
That's incredible. What a gift. Wow. Well, Mazel Tov. Hope everyone's feeling good. Hello to Sabrina. Welcome to this world. What a world you have entered into. You're about to enter into the Paramount era. How lucky are you, Sabrina? You'll never forget this. But we missed you, and we're so happy for you and Jill and the whole family. Wishing the best. Only the best. But we did miss you, so it's great to have you back. While you were away, I was about to give you some props here. You did some investigative work. Everyone's wondering, what are they going to call these UFC shows, the numbered shows on Paramount Plus? Well, this is what they're going to call them. Look there to the left. UFC numbered events. I'm disappointed. What is this numbered events? Can we call it PLE? Can we call it something extravagant, something prestigious? Not just numbered events. I'm going to hope that that's a placeholder. Like, there's got to be something better than that. Anyway, Jordan found that. So there you go. That's what it's going to be called, at least for now. And we get the announcement. There's going to be an announcement. There's an announcement about the announcement. And they filmed this thing, halftime. He's eating the chips. He kibitzes with James Brown. Dern and Merab ring the doorbell. You heard the whole thing. And he announced a bunch of stuff. He announced that Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett is going to be the the main event for UFC 324, which will be the first show of 2026. So no fight night before. And so the last show of 2025 will be on December 13th. We're going December 13th to January 24th, no UFC. This is the closest we've ever gone to an off season. I mean, this might be the longest in between events ever. Someone needs to look into that. Jedi, get on that ASAP. Someone has to, I mean, it's got to be close. It's got to be close. 6 or so weeks, that's pretty significant. I don't recall such a long break. And so last event of the ESPN era is December 13th. First event is going to be January 24th. It's UFC 324. Headliner is Gaethje Pimblett. Interim fight because no Topuria. So in gets, Justin Gaethje gets the opportunity. He doesn't have to retire. Peace and love, peace and love. No retirement for Justin Gaethje. He's getting his interim title fight. By the way, that means that technically there are 3 titles that are going to be floating around the lightweight division. Undisputed, Ilya. Interim winner of that fight, and BMF, Max Holloway. More on him in a bit too. Co-main event, Kayla Harrison, Amanda Nunes, women's bantamweight title. And then, of course, some other big fights announced like Sugar Sean against Song Yadong, Arnold Allen against John Silva, Waldo Cortez Acosta against Derek Lewis, as first reported by WCA right here on the program on Wednesday before we say goodbye for the break. Some other fights that were announced, Rose, Don't Call Me Namajunas. It's actually the opposite. Here I am mocking Dana White for how he said her name, and there's a typo in her name there. It's tough.
It's tough.
Diapers are on the brain.
Taking off the rust.
Davison Figueiredo against Umar Nurmagomedov, and Atiba Gauthier against Andre Puliev on that card as well. It's a solid 8-pack of fights, if I'm being honest. Perhaps most exciting of all was that they are now going to start the main cards once again. And I say once again because they did this for like a cup of coffee in 2011, 9 p.m. Eastern start time. Oh my dear, that was the most exciting thing. It was so amazing. When I heard that, I felt like it was a gift from the MMA gods. So 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 in the West, 2 a.m. in the UK. That's the new start time for all these numbered events. Tremendous news. Then Dana White went on Instagram Live because apparently the second show isn't big enough for a halftime of Cowboys Chiefs to announce that Sydney on January 31st here in America, February 1st over there, they're getting Alex the Great Volkanovski against one Diego Lopez, rematch of the fight that happened back in, when was it? In April in Miami. And no other fights have been announced for that one. I've heard some rumblings about some others, but we'll talk about that later. And this led off an avalanche, an absolute avalanche of tweets and reaction and whatnot. Here's the thing. I went on the channel and I reacted to it. And by now you've probably seen I was very fired up. The main thing I was fired up about wasn't necessarily that Paddy Pimblett is fighting Justin Gaethje. I don't really mind that at all. In fact, if it can't be Ilya in the main event, I feel like those two guys should be fighting each other. And once Arman won and they didn't fight before, like Ilya didn't fight before, I felt like it should have been Ilya versus Arman and then Paddy versus Justin. I don't even care all that much that it's for the interim belt, even though, I mean, technically Ilya hasn't fought since June. I don't think an interim belt should be instituted unless it's been a year out. And per his tweet, he doesn't suggest that he's not coming back, for 2026, like he's going to be out the entire year. So it feels a little bit soon. That fight happened about 6 months ago. By the time this fight will happen, this interim title fight, the main thing that pissed me off was that an interim title fight, and especially an interim title fight that doesn't feature the number one contender, which would be Arman, is headlining over an undisputed women's title fight, and not just any undisputed women's title fight. Like, let's be honest. There's been some that have been a little bit like lackluster. This is the return of the greatest women's fighter of all time against one of the most accomplished fighters in UFC history, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, PFL champ, UFC champion, and you're telling me it's not big enough to headline this event? And you're telling me that a Fugazi interim title fight is bigger than that? And that's going to headline the event, and that has more prestige than this? I think it's insulting. I think it's a slap in the face. If I were them, I'd be incredibly upset over it. Ultimately, I think that they're going to be okay and say, hey, like, let me control the controllables, all good. But to me, for the sanctity of those belts, for the sanctity of the sport, you have to headline a show with an undisputed title fight over an interim belt, especially when, if it was like when Conor and Mendes headline 189, Conor was about to fight for the belt. When Tony Ferguson headline, I think it was 249, he was about to fight for the belt. He was also a former interim champion. There was no fight on the books, and neither of these guys is the number one contender. Fires me up. Okay, so I've weighed in on this. Let me see what Rick and GC have to say about this. Rick, what do you think? Is this, okay. No,
Rick stepped
up. He's helping out probably Lamont coming in. What do you think? I was all fired up. I was all upset. Your reaction?
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous with the matchmaking. Like you mentioned, like you don't have any issue with Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje. It's actually a really entertaining fight. I also think the same thing for Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez. It's just the fact that we're getting the interim title without Arman Tsarukyan in it, and now we're getting a guarantee that Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje winner will fight Ilia Topuria come next summer. So how long is the rightful number one contender in Arman Tsarukyan going to be out at 155? 145, you have undefeated Lerone Murphy, undefeated Movsar Evloev, and now Alexander Volkanovski's last fight was against Diego Lopez. Now he's fighting Diego Lopez again. And then that just leads you to think, going down the timeline, it's like, man, at 170, we have all these rightful contenders as well, and there's a chance that they give that. The betting favorite right now, you can get odds on that, is Kamaru Usman to fight that. So you're seeing this, we've always known meritocracy isn't the thing in this, but it's just like, man, there are rightful contenders being passed up in multiple divisions now. And I also just feel like it's lackluster to start the Paramount era with an interim title fight as your headliner.
I agree. And look, Paddy's a big name and Justin is a relatively big name. I have no problem. Like, I would not even say, I think those 8 fights are really good. You know what I mean? And I'm assuming they'll add a few more.
Yeah, 324 is stacked. It is a really great
Sean
card.
O'Malley's in the 3rd fight. Waldo's on fire. John Silva on there. It's just these little things. It's like, and I know that some people are like, Ariel, take a chill pill, man. Just enjoy the fights. I get it, but these things matter. Like, there's been this video being posted everywhere of like, we used to get announcements like this, and it's Conor and Jose Aldo walking in like this elaborate video, and now we get the Instagram lives. Like, all these things, like, it just feels so uninspired. The matchmaking feels uninspired. The promotion feels uninspired. The announcements feel uninspired. Everything feels uninspired. And I'm sorry if I care so much. I'm sorry if I care this much about the product, this much. Like, I get accused of being a hater. No, it's because I care. I love it so much. And all of it just feels so ho-hum. All of it feels so like, we just need to put this out there and the people will eat it up and they'll make the videos and they'll make the content and they'll do the interviews and they'll do all the promotion for us. I want you guys to care as much as we care. And it doesn't feel that way. And it doesn't feel like you're giving the people what they want. And I'm not necessarily saying that, everyone wanted Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison to headline the first show, but there was once a time where they would never do this, where undisputed title has to go on last, especially over an interim belt. It has to go on last. And someone who, Diego Lopez obviously is going to take this title fight. Of course, he would be an idiot not to take the title fight. But in what universe does a guy on a 1-fight winning streak deserve it over a guy on a 9-fight winning streak, especially a guy like Lerone Murphy who's coming off an incredible knockout win? It all feels very uninspired.
I actually felt it was brilliant to do the halftime of the Cowboys-Chiefs game on CBS. You're getting this massive audience the whole time. They're running all these commercials, but then this is what you lob up to us. They set the scene to put out like these incredible events, and then also to go to the Instagram Live. Like, why did we need to go to the Instagram Live? Do the whole thing right there, halftime, capitalize on this massive moment, and it just felt like it fell flat with the announcements that we were given.
Especially since they're a week apart. Like, you could have easily done that and been like, hey, I'm here to announce the first 2 shows, 2 number events, back-to-back, title fights galore. And then you get the Rose Namajunas, Like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't get over the fact that we're getting Paddy versus Gaethje, but it's for an interim belt, and now we're going to have Arman Wade. And then the same thing is happening at 145. We're passing up rightful contenders, and it could happen at 170 as well. That was my biggest takeaway from Thursday afternoon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're living in a time, I put this out there as well, we're living in a time where, it's Diego against Alex with Lerone and Movsar on the sidelines. It's Paddy and Justin fighting when you have, guys like Arman who could easily be fighting. Like, a lot of people said, hey, Arman just fought. Arman said it very clearly on this show, in the cage, at the post-fight press conference. I'm ready to go. It's 2 months away. I'm not hurt. I am ready to go. I just took a year and a half off. Give me that fight. Why couldn't it have been Paddy versus Arman? That to me would have been fine. I would have felt a little bit better because Arman is the true number one contender. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. And then you have Arman saying, like, I hope they give me a BMF. Like, what? What are you talking about, man? You should be fighting for the belt, not the more Fugazi belt.
Or why couldn't it have been Paddy Gaethje just on this card?
As a number one contender fight.
It's just a great fight.
Yes.
It's a number one contender. I guess putting the interim belt on it makes him the number one contender. But yeah, it just feels like these three divisions are sort of
and when
lost.
I say, by the way, number one contender, it should be number one contender fighting the winner of Arman versus Ilya. Do you remember, we all went gaga when a reporter asked Dana White, is the winner of Arman versus Hooker going to fight for the belt? And he said yes.
None of that means anything because it was also, remember...
Brady and Morales.
At MSG, yeah, Brady and Morales.
But this one was before. This one was before, and we were like, oh, wow. They're actually making like number one contender fights. They're actually going to have that label. Didn't come true. Word means nothing. Brady Morales, best as we can tell, Morales ain't fighting for the belt next.
And people are taking this confusion as if this frustration is against the fighters. It's not against the fighters. It's against the matchmaking. It's against the UFC. Like, of course, like you said, Diego Lopez is going to take his title shot. Of course, Paddy and Gaethje are going to sign the dotted line to do the interim title fight. They're going to headline the first card for the Paramount era. It's just the UFC. It does feel like it's just lackluster right now.
I wonder, it'd be so great to ask for some sort of like, okay, what's your thinking here? What were you thinking? Explain to us.
Here's my, like, when I was trying to justify it, I was considering that the matchmaking just didn't work out. Ilia Topuria is dealing with personal problems. Arman Tsarukyan just fought. Maybe they hit up Alex Pereira to defend his belt on the Paramount thing. And, like, things just were not falling into place. And this is what they were left with. And behind the scenes, they were like, look, Paramount, like, the good fights, the great fights will come, but like this is the best we can do at the moment due to circumstances. The fans are going to be mad. We're going to put it out. The show goes on.
No, I understand. And they're going with the bigger names. Paddy's a huge name. I get all of that, but you'd still get Paddy on the card if he was fighting in the co-main event for the interim belt. I just think it's incredibly insulting. Now, like I said, an avalanche of tweets. Let's go through some of the tweets if we can. I'll follow you guys. You just take me through them if you can. We can start with Arman here. Make it make sense. This was his reaction. Paddy saying to Arman, "You like apples?" I believe that's what is that? A Goodwill Hunting reference?
Yeah. How about them apples?
Yeah, something like that.
It's just like I mean, Arman Tsarukyan, like he took care of business against Dan Hooker.
Yeah. Okay. What else? This is back in August. Volkanovski saying, "See you in December, Lerone." Shout out to Volk. Volk is the guy who this whole time was saying, give it to Lerone or Movsar. He's not picking and choosing. Lerone, as you can see, replying, "My man." Happy with that. It looked for a moment like he was going to get it. He says now, on Thursday, missing the opportunity to fight one of the featherweight goats is what hurts me the most. It's not about who's the best anymore. It's about who's most popular. And he's 100% right. And my understanding is this started to go in motion after Diego beat John Silva in September. No, keep going. He says, "I'm going to try to fight every month now, Kevin Holland style. #new path." Well, maybe that will get people behind him, or at least in the UFC. March UK against anyone. Well, if it's every month, it has to be, January, February, and then March. But yes, that would make a lot of sense. Now here's Movsar weighing in. Lerone Murphy. Now, is he talking about Leon Edwards or Lerone? I don't know. I'll give you the opportunity to fight the number one contender. Tell your people you're ready to fight me on the same card as the championship. Movsar seemed to have known about this a long time ago because he wasn't calling for any title shot. And by the way, that seems to be the fight to make, in my opinion. That seems to be the fight to make. That should be the number one contender fight. What else is there? Here's Diego Lopez saying, "Take the risks, accept the fights they're offering you, do a good job and presentation, and then we'll talk. Mustache season is coming. See you in Australia." And by the way, he's right. Like, of course, take it. And he has been that good soldier, that company man. He delivers. But I'm sure if he was in Lerone's shoes, he would feel the same. What else is there? Here he is, Diego Lopez. My face when I saw everyone crying, sitting around. He won't give you a title fight. Get to work and stop whining on social media. Heel Diego. What else? Here's Aljamain Sterling weighing in. It's 110% not what it used to be. I ride for the company, but this shit is beyond frustrating. I get their POV, but stop saying we give the fans the fights that they want to see and we make the best fight the best. It's way more frequent now and extremely hard to ignore, especially at your weight class. Was there more? As far as the reaction, that is it. I had this written down. Gaethje Paddy with Arman ready. Volk Diego with Movsar and Lerone ready. And it seems like we're getting Islam Usman with Shavkat, Morales, Praches, Gary all ready. What is going on? Extremely frustrating. Alex Volkanovski commented on it. He's in Thailand right now, getting ready, doing a little training camp. Here's what he had to say, courtesy of his YouTube channel.
We thought, Lerone Murphy, December. Then, I guess UFC, and they were waiting for Jean Silva and Lopez. Then they were saying Lopez, and we're like, obviously we're like, and we just fought that guy. Is there more deserving people, whatnot? But everyone knows that I'll fight anyone, right? So whoever they put in front of me, I'll do. But there was them questions there. Obviously, again, I thought, it was a Mobzar deserving, Lerone Murphy. I thought they were the two guys. They're the guys I called out. UFC really won Lopez, but at least everyone knows you're in for a treat. It's going to be a very exciting fight. With your Mobzars and Lerones, they're probably, they're more deserving. But are they going to bring a fight like Lopez would? I think the fans are going to appreciate the fight that me and Lopez are going to have. But it is what it is. Whoever they put in front of me, let's go.
I mean, credit to the guy. You could tell he's not in favor of this. You can tell. He keeps talking about Lerone and Movsar. You can tell. And he's that kind of guy. He's that kind of champion. Paddy Pimblett's first words came via the UFC social accounts. Here was his reaction to getting this interim title fight against Justin Gaethje on the 24th of January.
Me and Gaethje now for the world title, it's interim. People are going to say, it's the only did interim, this and that, but I'm fighting for the world title, lad. People said I'd never be ranked. People say I'd never do this, never do that, and the goalposts always get moved for me. It's just normal. Once I finish Gaethje, it's going to be, he was 37, he was retiring anyway, he's on his way out, he's being handled to title shots, all this bullshit. But when I first signed with the UFC, it was he's going to get knocked out by Benzamini. He's only beating Journeyman. Jared Gordon beat him. Jordan Levitt's going to submit him. Then it was Bobby Green's going to knock him out. Then it was Michael Chandler's going to knock him out. Now it's Justin Gaethje's going to knock him out. But then once I beat him, it'll be, he was old, he's this, he's that. So I'm used to it, you know what I mean? People think I'm still the same fighter who come in and fought Benzamini back in September 2021 when I'm a whole different animal. And first ever time when we fought in January, the earliest I've ever fought. It's going to ruin my Christmas dinner and my birthday because I'm 31 like 3 weeks before it. But it's all going to be worth it when I lift that real title above my head and Paddy the Baddy is a world champion. And 2026 is going to be the biggest year of my life. I am coming for that interim title. Then I'll be making it the undisputed title when I come and beat Ilia Topuria up and take the undisputed title. And then little posh boy, if he manages to fight in that time, because he likes sitting out and saying he's got a sore back, if little posh boy fights in that time and keeps his ranking, I'll punch his head in as well.
Okay, so spicy stuff there. And again, to reiterate, there is no part of, I want to be very clear about this. Leading up to the Arman fight, I was saying time and again, we got to do Ilia versus Paddy. It's too big. And even him talking, it's too big. They had the little run-in Qatar, it's too big. Once I found out that Ilia wasn't going to be ready, and then Arman wins, well, now the deck has been shuffled. And so ultimately, I have no issue with Paddy fighting for the interim belt. You see what I'm saying? This isn't against Paddy Pimblett. My issue really is, it should be Paddy versus Arman for the interim belt. Why is Gaethje in there, especially when Arman said himself that he was ready to go? It's 2 months in between fights. We've seen quicker turnarounds. He didn't get hurt against Dan Hooker. He said it himself. The easiest way to have rectified this if Ilia Topuria wasn't going to fight was Paddy versus Arman, number 1 contender fight. Winner fights Ilia Topuria. Because now, if you are giving the winner of Paddy versus Justin the interim belt, we presume that means they will punch their ticket to fighting Ilia Topuria, unless they have to defend it. God help us if they have to do that. Where does that leave Arman? Now all of a sudden he doesn't get to fight anyone?
They have to defend against Arman? But yeah, there's a real possibility that they do this in January. If things go to plan, they fight Ilia in the summer for the Undisputed. And then after that, we wait and see when Arman could potentially fight for the Undisputed from there. So like, we're talking like October, late 2026. You'd have a guy that fought at UFC 300 and would have only fought one time in 2.5 years since then. Also, Paddy mentions like how active he is. Since December of 2023, they both have 3 fights. Same amount of activity.
Great shout. And his last fight was in April. Is there a silver lining here? Is the silver lining if Paddy wins, we're getting Paddy versus Ilia at the White House? Which is a gigantic fight?
I mean, I guess I don't know. I thought we were going to get Paddy versus Ilia on this Paramount card.
Yeah, I know.
The venue doesn't really matter to me.
Well, you do want the biggest fights possible at the White House, right?
I suppose.
I can't tell which part bothers me more. The fact that it's Paddy versus Gaethje for the interim and not Paddy versus Arman, or the fact that they're headlining over Amanda and Kayla. I think ultimately, if I'm being honest, I think it's the latter.
Wow. Mine is definitely the ignoring of rightful contenders across the divisions.
Yeah. What about that 9 p.m. start, though?
Oh
my God.
You talk about pop, man. I was standing up applauding when that happened.
They just snuck that one in there. That should have been the lead story.
Actually, can I break the fourth wall? I was at a friend's house for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
As the announcement was going on, they had dinner. None of them care about the UFC. I was like, halftime is about to start. They're like, perfect time to go to dinner.
No.
Grandma's yapping in my ear, and I can hear Dana, what's up, guys? I was like, oh, God, I'm missing it. I was like, what is that, Grandma? Yeah,
Stress,
potatoes. Right? There you go.
Did he already just say Justin Gaethje's fighting for the interim belt? I mean, there was probably 50 million people watching that. I haven't seen the numbers. Big exposure. Hopefully more of that cross promotion to come, but I don't know if it was the announcement that we all hoped for didn't quite hit like we all thought it was going to hit. All right, a lot more of that chatter to come. Like I said, back end we'll speak to Lerone, we'll speak to Kayla, who are obviously very much involved, for better or worse, in these announcements. But of course, UFC 323, the final UFC on ESPN pay-per-view going down this weekend. The final chapter, it's here. And then, of course, there's one more show that's a fight night on the 13th. But as far as pay-per-view is concerned, this is the final one. Co-main event, massive one in the flyweight division. Joshua Van, Alex Pantoja for the flyweight title. Mr. Van, kind enough to join us for a few minutes as he is getting ready on Fight Week. There he is. Hello, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, my man. Here we are, 5 days away, your first UFC title fight. What are the emotions? What are the feelings? What are the thoughts? Does it feel like it's actually real? Does it feel like it's happening?
It feels normal. It feels like every other fight week. You know what I mean? But just more media, for sure.
Does it really feel like every other fight week? This is your first title fight, massive show, co-main event, title against one of the greatest of all time in this division. It just feels like any other fight week.
Yeah, it just feels like every other fight week, man.
Wow. Is that something you've told yourself? Or is that just how it's all played out?
Well, I don't know. I just don't get like overexcited for things like that. You know what I mean? So I'm just living day by day, man.
Are you in Vegas yet?
No, I'm flying tomorrow.
Okay, perhaps it will change a little bit once you get to Vegas.
Yeah. Like usually I'll feel like around like Wednesday, Thursday morning, I'll be like, damn, I really got to fight now. You know what I mean? So
you get nervous?
No.
But it just kind of sits, it like hits you, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know what's the worst thing is like in the locker room, just waiting to go out there. But before that, like I don't really get nervous like that.
What is that feeling like when you're in the locker room waiting for your number to be called?
I don't know, it's just the worst feeling, man. Like you want it, like you want like the the fight to end quick, right? Like the people that fight before you to end quick, but then when they end quick, they was like, damn, take your time type shit. So you don't know what you want, you know? So you in between type shit.
Have you, maybe you haven't now, but I'm wondering, have you allowed yourself a chance to reflect on your journey? I thought they did a great job on the countdown of talking about what you've been through, you know, coming from Myanmar with your family and your relationship with your mom. And to get to this point, like you were a kid who was bullied in school just for being different, right? Now here you are fighting for a UFC title against an incredible fighter. Have you allowed yourself to reflect on this journey, or does that come after the fight?
It come after the fight. Like I said in the countdown video things, you know, like I don't think I accomplish anything until I become a UFC champion. So you know what I mean? Everything is after the December 6th.
Do you ever hear from people that you went to school with these days? Like now that you're getting more famous, do you hear from them saying, wow, I can't believe you turned into this guy?
Yes, for sure. I mean, they always know I was a fighter, but they didn't think, you know what I mean, we was going to do it to the world level type shit.
Does that make you feel good?
Feel great.
Yeah. But even the ones like maybe that were bullying you back in the day, do you ever hear from them?
Nah.
Nah, you don't hear from those guys.
I don't even remember who they is no more, so yeah.
They're irrelevant.
Yeah.
So what about your mom? Will she be there?
Yes. She getting there Thursday.
And remind me, does she go to most of your fights?
Every fight.
Every single one. And she doesn't get nervous, right?
Yes. She says she doesn't, but I know for a fact she is nervous as fuck. But you know what I mean? She just don't want me to feel some type of way. So, but I know she's nervous as fuck.
How is this being covered and received back home in Myanmar?
I feel great, man. Right now, the whole nation is behind me, basically. You know what I mean? I got a couple of church praying for me and stuff like that. You know, they reach out to me. They say, hey, man, it's not just us. It's the whole church praying for you and things like that. So it just gave me like motivation. You know what I mean? It just make every suffer that I go through this camp worth it. You know what I mean? So now we about to be fight day, man. So I just can't wait.
By the way, speaking of motivation, did you happen to see Kyoji Horiguchi winning in Qatar, and he called out Pantoja, and a lot was made of this because they're teammates? And I was wondering how you reacted, because you're about to fight the guy and you can ruin all of these plans. So did you use that as motivation once you heard it?
Nah, man, because I mean, I saw the fight. You know, he's cool, but I don't put no mind to that yet, because right now everything is just Pantoja.
Sure. What did you think of Horiguchi's performance? Former title contender, champion in Ryzen and Bellator. What did you think of his re-debut, his second time around here with the UFC?
That was the first time I seen him fight, and he looked good. He fast on his feet, you know what I mean? So he's good. Maybe me and him can run it one day.
You never saw him fight before in those other promotions or old UFC fights against DJ, those guys?
I don't watch the old fight.
Really? Nothing?
That was I heard like a lot of people talk about him, but I never watched his fight. You know what I mean? That was the first fight that I seen.
Okay. Well, do you remember what and I apologize if I've asked you this already, but do you remember the first event you ever saw live?
It was UFC Fight Night in San Antonio.
Okay.
And that's when.
Don't tell me it was later. Well, who was it? Who was it?
It was I think back in 2023. It was when Daniel Pineda fought. I forgot the other guy's name, but he won by a guillotine.
Was Leon Edwards in the main event?
No. It was Sanhagen and Chito Vera.
That was like yesterday. Not technically yesterday, but it feels like it was yesterday.
That was my first event. Yeah, that was my first event, like live in the UFC.
Okay, no, but as far as on TV, when's the first time you saw UFC?
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, what? I thought that was the first show you ever saw.
No, it was like what? I don't even remember, man. Probably like, I don't know, Conor Khabib
Okay.
when he came back.
Yeah. 2018. So about 7 years. By the way, that jacket's pretty sweet. What is that?
UFC 313.
Oh, I like that. It's like a little like NASCAR jacket, right?
Yeah, it's nice, huh?
It is nice. It is nice. By the way, what about the fact that this is your I think your longest layoff in 7 fights? 6 months in between fights. You had that quick turnaround in June. What's that been like for you?
Man, I was enjoying the first 2 months, you know what I mean? And my coaches, they were like, "Hey, Judge, it's time to come back." So we came back. But yeah, this is a long camp, man. You know what I mean? But I enjoy every moment.
When you say you were enjoying the first 2 months, what do you mean by that? You were like enjoying the time off?
Yes, like just enjoying the time off, doing my own thing, you know.
But you let the body heal, right? I'm sure after those 2 fights in the month of June, you probably needed that mental and physical break.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I was taking a break from. I mean, but I was still working out. But like I do, like 2 times a week or something. You know what I mean? Just so I can get like active between my break times and things like that. But yeah, I was taking a break for a whole 2 months.
I heard you say that you don't like this fight being labeled, especially from Pantoja, as old school versus new school. Why is that?
Because he's the great man. You know what I mean? I don't want people to say, "Oh, he's getting old," because when he fought Kai, he was 35. You know what I mean? And everybody was like, Pantoja is the greatest. And he still is 35. And, I feel like he still is that guy. So I don't want people to say, like, when I beat him, I don't want people to say, because he's getting old.
You say when I beat him, not if. You feel very confident.
Yeah, when I beat him, I don't want people to say, he's old. I want people to say, he beat one of the great.
How about this little stat? You were 5 years old when Pantoja made his professional MMA debut in 2007.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's insane, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, sir.
I think you would definitely be the first champion born in the 2000s.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Crazy. Yes.
What do you say to people who say that this is happening too soon for you?
Well, they said the same thing when I fought Royval, that this is too soon or things like that, and they see what happens. So I think it's going to be the same thing. Damn, why you got to put that picture?
I don't know what they're doing. No, that's you punching him. That's a nice one, right?
I'm crazy, yeah.
Oh, this is...
yeah.
This is a great fight. Have you rewatched it?
Yes.
Do you like it, or do you feel like there was too much... That's a crazy picture. Holy shit, look at that one.
Yeah. I didn't like it, man. I just got to work on my defense a lot more. You know what I mean? Getting in a fight like that is like, well, when you in the cage, you feel good. You know what I mean? It's like he hit me, I hit him, but then for the long term, man, is hit them and don't get hit. You know what I mean? So I got to work on my defense and counters and things like that. So.
When you game plan for this fight, when you're thinking about it, envisioning it, what are you feeling? How do you see it playing out on Saturday?
I don't have any game plan, to be honest. It's wherever the fight go, because you can make a game plans and things like that, but come fight day, it can be a whole different games. You know what I mean? So whatever he bring, I'll be ready. So if you want to strike, we strike. If you want to go to the ground, I'm ready for that one too.
But you've broken him down, right? Like you've studied the film?
For sure. Yes, for sure.
Okay. So when you say no game plan, there's not a specific way that you would like for this to go, or certain things that you want to capitalize on or exploit on his end?
Yeah, I don't want to focus on just one thing, you know what I mean? So I want to wherever the fight go, because the thing is, what we see on TV and what when we locked in the cage together is different. You know what I mean? So I'm the type of guys that like to adjust to their styles when I'm in the cage and things like that. So whatever I adjust to, what he bring that day, that's how we gonna go fight day.
What about the outcome? What are you feeling as far as the outcome is concerned?
Knock him out inside 3 rounds.
That's what you're feeling?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my dear. Have you allowed yourself to think of like what it will feel like with the belt around your waist, how your life will change? Do you let your mind go there at night?
It would look damn good on me. That belt would look good damn on me. You know what I mean?
Do you daydream about this?
Yeah.
And have you thought about what will happen when you become UFC champion? How your life will change, how your family's life can change? Do you allow yourself to go there?
Not yet. I'm just thinking about how that belt would look good on me and how I'll, drive around with the belt.
Amazing. Well, I wish you the best, Joshua. This is an incredible fight. Can't wait for it. Main event is Merab against Jan. Do you have a pick in that fight, by the way?
Man, I like them both, man. May the best man win.
Fair enough. And may the best man win in your fight as well. Thanks for giving us a few minutes. Safe travels out there, and good luck in the fight. Can't wait for it.
All right, thank you for having me.
Pleasure. There he is, Joshua Van, fighting for the UFC flyweight title on Saturday. His stats are insane. 5-fight winning streak, all in the past 15 months. Second longest active winning streak in the UFC flyweight division. 5 only behind Alex Pantoja, 8. And he's the fastest fighter to cross 1,000 significant strikes landed. Fastest fighter in UFC history. He's coming off that great win over Brandon Royval. That was fight of the night, his first UFC bonus as well. It came 21 days after his win right here in Newark at UFC 316. They did the face-off afterwards, and now some 6 months later, here they are doing their thing, co-main event, final UFC on pay-per-view event. Now, December 6th is going to be a very busy day in the world of combat sports because not only do we have UFC 323, there's also a really great fight going down in San Antonio at the Frost Bank Center. It's a big fight in the 140-pound division. It's Lamont Roach moving up from 135. You'll recall what happened in Brooklyn back in March against Tank Davis. Well, now he's moving up to fight the very game, the very explosive, the very active Isaac Pitbull Cruz. This is going down on Saturday, December 6th. It is on PBC pay-per-view. It is going down at 8 o'clock Eastern, so it won't necessarily coincide with UFC 323, and it is for the WBC interim super lightweight title that's 140 pounds. He's en route to San Antonio, but kind enough to join us for a few minutes in studio. Let us say hello to the great Lamont Roach Jr. There he is. Hello, Lamont. How are you, my man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. Nice
Thanks
to
for
meet
stopping
you
by. Appreciate it. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. Hello to the team as well. You're en route to San Antonio, right?
Yes, sir.
You going right now? Today?
Leave, like right after we leave.
Okay. And you're coming from Florida, right?
Yeah.
So you came.
Well, we came from Florida. We went home for the holiday, and then we shot here, and we're going to.
And home is DC, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what are you feeling? How do you feel?
I feel good, man. I feel real good. I'm just ready. I'm anxious, but I'm ready.
Is this your first time back in New York since the Tank fight?
No.
Okay.
I've been to New York probably like 10 times since March.
Okay. I have to admit, this is a great fight, you versus Pitbull Cruz, and I love the fact that you're going up to 140. By the way, why did you make that decision? Why was this the logical next step for you?
Because I feel like at the time it was the best thing that presented itself. And I'm not a small guy, so 40 is not too far out of reach. Eventually it was going to happen. It just happened a little quicker and sooner. Pitbull Cruz is a spectacle of the sport, and on top of that, he's an interim world champion. So once I beat him, I'll be in line for the world champion at 140 pound at the 140 pound limit.
So are you done with 135?
Not at all. I got unfinished business.
Yes, you do. And I want to get to that in a moment. But as far as the weight cuts were going, were they getting tougher for you? Is that why this was a move that made sense?
No. Honestly, what people don't understand is like I never struggled to make 30. So, it was your normal, have to cut weight, but it wasn't like I was killing myself to make 30. That's why I was still campaigning at 130 for so long and to be a champion. I've been fighting 130 pounds since I was 15. I fought 132 in the amateurs. So, obviously my body is used to that weight.
So this is just an opportunity that presented itself, an opportunity to win this belt and then fight for the undisputed belt in the WBC at 140. I know there's an issue there with Matias.
Yes, there is an issue. I think they're on the way to like handling it. I think by New York State Athletic Commission that they allow, which is weird. They allow
so that fight is going to continue?
Yeah, that fight is going to go on. I think they allow a certain, if it's not, even though it's a legal substance that you can't get anywhere else outside of like the black market.
Okay.
They have a level,
threshold.
like a threshold.
Yeah.
That's weird to me, but hey.
How close were you to rematching Tank?
As close as if he wouldn't have veered off, it would have happened.
What do you mean by veered off?
So he activated his rights to the rematch, which contractually binds us to a fight where no event or fight should take place in between.
Okay, and then what happened?
He did what isn't supposed to happen. He took a fight with Jake Paul.
But if he like triggers that, doesn't he have to follow through with it?
For sure.
So how was he allowed to sort of circumvent that?
Technically, I think he just felt like he was going to be able to bogart it and just be like, all right, what are they going to do? And either like force my hand or whatever the case may be. I mentioned arbitration before because that's how business works.
Right.
It's nothing against whatever or whoever, but that's how business works. If you illegally go about a contract the wrong way, then what do you think is going to happen? The business has to get handled. So that's my whole take on it. But at the end of the day, I was, PBC and that side over there, those guys are good guys. They make sure that, that I was taken care of, and they presented me with another opportunity that was very fruitful for my liking.
Okay, so basically they said, okay, this can happen, but we can offer you Isaac Cruz.
Yes.
Because he's a PBC fighter.
Exactly.
When you say that they took care of you, what does that mean?
They've righted his wrong.
Okay.
For
with a check?
Words. Huh?
With a check?
Huh?
Okay. Well, okay, so I want to take a step back if I can, because I find this story fascinating. When your fight with Tank was, and I know you're focused on a big fight, but this is a part of your 2025.
Yeah.
When it was announced at the beginning of the year, your fight with Tank, his demeanor at that press conference, as you may recall in Washington, was very off. Like he was talking about retirement. He was talking about the sport, like not wanting to talk about the sport anymore. When you were reading him, what was your takeaway from him? It felt like he was so disengaged from the sport and from your fight.
I think there's something mental there, and whatever was going on with him, it was definitely present. I think maybe he was disengaged, maybe he wasn't. I just, me personally, I felt like, all right, don't bring that energy to the fight with me, because you really kicking yourself in the behind, like having one foot in, one foot out. I don't know if he didn't take the fight. Like I don't know if he felt like I was gonna be a breeze, just like a lot of other people was gonna do. But personally, deep down inside, I knew that he knew he was in for something, and once it was all said and done, he could go back and say, well, I told you guys I was thinking about retirement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Set itself up for
planting some seeds.
For sure.
Okay.
That's what my little brother told me. Actually, I was like, you know what? It makes sense.
Before the fight?
Yeah.
Why didn't that fight happen in D.C.? Because you're both two, DMV area guys, right? He represents Baltimore, you're D.C. It made all the sense in the world, like where the Wizards play or something, right?
I don't think he would have been... That crowd wouldn't have favored him. No, he's a superstar.
Right.
So, in Brooklyn, 90% Tank fans and 10% my family and other fans that I have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's how it was. In that atmosphere. At home in DC, it would have been 50-50.
Okay.
Maybe even pushing 60-40 either way in that crowd. So I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been, taking too much liking to that. it probably plays into a comfort factor or whatever the case may be as well.
Was that on the table and they switched, or was that never discussed?
Nope. It was originally supposed to happen in Houston. And then it got switched to New York.
Okay. As the fight is going on, like you were a big underdog. You don't need me to tell you.
Huge, very disrespectful underdog.
Yeah. What are you feeling as far as like how the fight is flowing? Are you starting to feel early on like I got this guy? What are you thinking? What are you saying to yourself?
Yeah. Like even in the early rounds where there wasn't much going on, I was in control. Like there was less punches thrown and people were saying he was downloading data. I mean, he was just trying to figure it out, but he really couldn't. Like, so I just did my best to control the ring, try to control the narrative. And, you know, I think the first 6 rounds, I think at least, being honest, I think at least we should have at least split those rounds. If you want to be the favorite, then give the champ some of the rounds. But come on now. On 2 of them scorecards, I think I lost 5 of the first 6 rounds.
Crazy.
That's insane.
I'm assuming you've rewatched the fight.
Yes.
When you watch it, you get mad?
Mad, no. Maybe after the first time I watched it.
Yeah.
But mad, no.
What is your take on the 9th round?
The 9th round was BS. That was BS. That's something I would get mad at a few times after I watched it. I think it was just, I don't know, it's just like, all right, some people get special treatment, some people like, we talk about this over and over again. The referee seen that it was a knockdown, started counting, and then somehow, some way, you let him say something to you to convince you like, all right, well, you can't do that again because if you do it, it looks like a knockdown.
Crazy.
How do you, verbally, you say that out your mouth too, like it's picked up on the mics and everything. So it's just like, you stop your count and tell them it looks like a knockdown. That's crazy.
I mean, it's one of the most like egregious things that I've ever seen in boxing, a sport where a lot of egregious things happen all the time. But like it felt like blatant cheating in front of our eyes.
For sure.
And for those that don't remember, you're hitting him with jabs. He very clearly takes a knee. Then he goes to his corner. His cornerman gets up on the apron, wipes his face, which that in its own right is not allowed.
Disqualification.
Yes. And then he walks back. Steve Willis is the referee, veteran ref, well respected. And he says, hey, man, that looks like a knockdown. He's like, oh, no. He's like, I know, but that looked like a knockdown. Like, what do you mean? It's not looks like a knockdown. It was a knockdown.
It was a knockdown, exactly. So.
And then the fight continues. It ends in a draw. If that scored a knockdown, you beat Tank Davis.
For sure.
First loss of his career.
And that's a lot different going into
life changes, right?
It's a lot different going into negotiations. 2-time world champ, 2-division world champ, beat the guy that they consider number 1 at 135.
I get mad looking at it and talking about it. How are you so calm?
Because it's over with. Like, you know, it happened.
That was like a robbery in like broad daylight.
It was. But a lot of people know that. And that's the important part.
But that doesn't change it. You can't take that to the bank. You can't deposit.
Even later on, after everybody, like, you know, after we're gone and we look at the history books, it's still going to be marked up as a draw.
Right.
So, yeah, it's frustrating, but you can't cry over spilled milk. Got to move forward.
Do you believe anything? Like, do you think there's any chance that stuff went in his eye? He said it was like stuff from his hair, right?
That's what he said.
Do you believe that at all?
I think the jab got in his eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the jab got in his eye.
And do you think that was just like a weird reaction on his part, or do you think that he knew he could get away with it?
Nah, I don't think he necessarily knew he can get away with it. I just think like naturally he kind of like panicked, like, all right, what to do?
Yeah. And he's never kind of been in that position before, right?
Exactly. Not as a professional, no.
Right. And so afterwards, you did appeal, right? With New York?
Yeah, we appealed.
And what happened?
They said that we cannot overturn it and count it as a knockdown because even though it was a knockdown, they acknowledged that it was and it should have been called a knockdown, but we cannot overturn it because had it been called a knockdown, they don't know how he would have performed after.
So crazy, man.
That's insane.
Crazy. The fight continued. Take the point away, you win.
For sure.
And why did they look at replay?
They said it was
not working?
It wasn't working.
Yo, would you ever fight in New York again after all this?
I would. And, you know, I would. And let me tell you why. All right. Maybe I should be quiet. If I were to take that to a higher court, I'd win. You know why?
Why?
Because of the replay.
Right.
They say they didn't get it.
Right.
That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. And so once all that happened, were you guys in active negotiations to rematch? Because there was talk of like in August.
Soon. Like, we were supposed to fight in June.
Right. That's right. Like June 14th or something, or June 21st?
That's when we signed our original contract.
Right.
We signed like not too long after the fight.
But it never got officially announced.
No.
It was sort of like reported. I don't remember seeing
it was like reported, but we actually signed on the dotted line for June.
And did he?
Yes.
And then what happened? Then the Jake Paul?
Then they needed more time.
He said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it pushed back. Then it got pushed back to August. That was the one that was announced.
Okay, yes.
And then the whole Jake Paul thing happened.
Okay. When you started hearing about that, did you think like, there's no way?
No, we knew. That's why this fight is taking place with Pitbull. We kind of figured that, like, all right, after it's heating up on him, after that last fight, we don't know what's going to go on. Like, we know what we're dealing with. Like, we know we're dealing with a wild card when it comes to boxing, when it comes to business, when it comes to his personal life. So we don't know what can happen. And my dad, my manager, made sure that he put in the contract, no matter what, even if we don't fight Gervonta Davis, we're going to fight this year regardless, because we don't know what's going to happen with him. Mm-hmm. And once we started hearing the Jake Paul talks, we was just like, all right, here we go. And then next thing you know, it really came out that he was going to fight him.
There was some talk about him fighting Jake Paul before your fight in March, and that he was going to call him out afterwards and all that, but then you kind of screwed those plans up. Did you enjoy that? Did that make, because this fight would have happened a lot sooner?
I enjoyed being the party pooper that day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
No. I mean, like, when we got there and we kind of like, after the fight, when we actually noticed, well, when I noticed that Jake Paul was actually there in this locker room. So, yeah, we kind of put two and two together.
When you first heard about this, like that, a 135-pounder, a guy who walks around probably at like 155 max, 160 would fight Jake Paul, what was your reaction?
My reaction was I didn't care too much for it, only because that was the guy that I was supposed to be fighting.
Sure.
But, you know, outside of that, people are going to do what they have to do, especially if it's a good payday. If it's entertaining the fans, I guess. But when it comes down to the sport of boxing, it's just a little, the way it happens, Say if he wasn't supposed to fight me and he didn't back out of the rematch that he signed for, that'd be a different story. All right, you're going to get your bag. That's cool. Have at it.
What do you think would have happened in the fight?
I think he would have beat Jake Paul silly.
You think he would have beat him?
Yeah, it's too skilled. The experience, everything. It wouldn't have been close.
Did they tell you, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to get a huge amount of money, we're going to be a lot more famous and popular because we're fighting on Netflix, and then we'll come and meet you? Like, was there any sort of promise?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Because that was the only thing that I was thinking, like, all right, maybe he's saying now the rematch is going to be even bigger because I'm going to call you out after I beat Jake Paul in front of...
That's all you had to do from the beginning.
Yeah.
Even if we did sign our contract to fight, just have your people call my people, or you send me a message and be like, I'm about to fight Jake Paul real quick. We give you XYZ to step aside, and we run it back after this easy money grab. That's it.
That never happened.
It wouldn't have been a big thing. It really wouldn't have.
Right. Didn't happen.
Hell no.
What did you make of the decision to pull the plug on the fight from MVP and Jake and Netflix?
Shit happens.
Do you think they made the right call based on everything that was going on?
Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure. Legal trouble is gonna come whenever they come. It ain't no hold up or wait for this or that.
Yeah.
Like, and you putting a major event in jeopardy. You don't wanna break that.
Right. And so now we've heard nothing from him. Do you think he ever fights again?
Professionally, I don't know. He said he was going to retire. I believe him.
You do?
Yeah.
He said before your fight, he said he was going to retire at the end of 25, right? So here we are, end of 25. He can't go out like this. You think so?
I believe him.
He's still so young.
Yeah. You
think he would go out on a draw? He has to. If he doesn't fight you.
He told everybody he don't really care about boxing. He told people he don't care about championships. He told people he's going to get his money and y'all not going to see him again. It looks like he's doing it.
Sure.
That's why I'm saying, like, he's making me a believer.
Do you think it will be a stain on his legacy if he doesn't at least rematch you?
No, it's because he technically didn't lose. So.
Right. But it was inconclusive.
He damn sure ain't win.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I don't think that's something that he worries about. So.
Do you think you're 50, 60 years old, looking back, do you think this will be something that annoys you, that bothers you, that you didn't get this win or at least the chance to rematch and right the wrong?
Nope.
No.
I did what I was supposed to do that night.
Yeah.
I wrongfully got screwed out of it, but I did what I was supposed to do. That's all that matters to me. And the fact that I'm going to move on and do the other things that I'm supposed to do. I'm going to achieve my goals as being a multi-division world champion. I'm going to achieve my goal as being at least somewhere on the top 10 pound for pound. That was like the start. Well, when I beat Hector for my first world title, that was the start. And then the run after this is going to be crazy.
Do you feel like you've at least earned the respect of the community? Do you feel like people who maybe weren't a believer in you now are?
For sure.
Okay.
There's still some doubters, but
you feel that way?
I'll turn them too.
Going into this one, or do you think that they're just not giving you the credit? Like they're saying, oh, it's more about what Tank didn't do.
That's exactly what it is. And like I said, I'm gonna turn the tide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as of right this moment, there's no talk now that the Jake fight is off of, regardless of what happens on Saturday, your next fight being against Tank.
Oh no, we don't even have conversations of like.
You're completely moved on.
Yeah, completely.
Wow. What a disappointment.
Sad to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that you signed, there's nothing you can do about that.
There could have been, but.
You're not interested?
Not interested.
Really? You could technically, you could pursue this, right? Or do you feel like the fact that PBC made it right, as you said, all is
yes
forgiven?
I'm like, if people don't know, like, I'm in association with PBC now, so I am.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
You're also with Pro Box though, right?
Yeah, I'm with Gary. Yeah,
Gary Jonas.
I'm with Gary Jonas.
Right.
That's my guy.
Okay. He's got a bit of a feud going with Saudi Arabia, huh? How do you feel about that?
Man, Gary's crazy, man. Gary's crazy, but Gary is an advocate for what's right for boxing. So
you feel good with him by your side?
Oh, for sure.
How do you feel? Have you paid attention to any of this Ali Act stuff, that they're trying to change it up?
Yeah, it sucks that they're trying to change it up, and that they don't notice that it's for the protection of the boxer. So they'll come around to it. I know that boxing as a whole, we won't conform to anything moving forward without the Ali Act.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay. This idea that the belts don't matter, that they need to clean it up. Do you subscribe to that, or do you disagree with that?
It's the way you go about it. It's how you do it. The way that they're proposing it now, it's like they're trying to monopolize it. The sanctioning bodies, they've been doing a good job. They've been doing a good job. It's just it's up to the fighters. It's up to the promoters to make them the right matches, to make sure that there's a like a definite champion, and I think they do a good job with the Ring Belt magazine.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the fights aren't happening to crown that lineal champion.
They just announced a big fight this morning. Do you see that?
Yes,
Shakur against Teofimo.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's a great fight. I can't wait till it happens. I think Shakur wins. I think they'll line up a future mega fight for me and Shakur.
Okay. At what weight would you prefer it to be at?
Whatever way he wants it to be at.
Okay.
I think 35, because he said he wants to go back to 35.
Yeah.
And defend his belts. So
this is at 140. This fight, right?
Yeah, his fight is at 140. We're both fighting at 140.
Yeah, I know. Weird. So you think that's more that's more advantageous, I would say, for Teofimo. He's more used to fighting. You still think that he wins though, Shakur?
Yeah, I still think that he wins. Teos have fits with guys who are technical.
Yeah.
And the only technical guy that he didn't have a problem with is Lomachenko. But Lomachenko had to come forward that fight too, a little bit. He had to be less technical. But, so, other than that, he has a fit with guys who are just pure boxers, and Shakur probably boxes socks off.
How do you feel about Shakur's style? Sometimes he gets a little flack, all the Tom and Jerry stuff.
I mean, he do what he do to win.
Did you like his last performance?
I did. I like a lot of his performances.
Yeah.
He's a hit and not get hit guy.
Yeah.
And once he seeks the opportunity or has the opportunity to punch on some people, he does. So I don't see nothing wrong with it. I mean, like, if you want to say fan friendly, sometimes it might not be, but it's very few. Other than that, he fights pretty good.
Right. Did you watch Haney's fight?
Yeah.
What'd you think of that one?
The power surprised me, but I figured that the level of the skill gap between him and Brian Norman would be the deciding factor, and on Brian's end would have been the power. So I think the only way, I was telling people, the only way that he wins is if he cracks Devin and he, alters his game plan. He didn't at all.
Devin knocked him down.
Did he?
Surprising.
Did he?
Right?
Yes.
Did you think he could have stopped him?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But he said that at the end of the fight, I think he said Brian Norman made some adjustments and, was preventing them to take some chances or step on the gas or something like that. So,
do you think the criticism he receives is fair?
As far as what?
Eddie Hearn was very, he was very critical afterwards.
Eddie Hearn and Devin.
Yeah, what's going on?
Bill Haney have like a hate relationship.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama with those guys.
There's a lot of drama with them. You gotta take things Eddie say against him with a grain of salt. So, Devin fought a pretty good fight. It was entertaining. It wasn't like the Jose Ramirez fight.
Right.
So, he fought a good fight.
I saw on social media you were pumped for Abdullah Mason.
That is something that I'm excited for and pumped for. You gotta think, when he was a kid, like I seen him fighting, when I was a pro, he was still a kid and he was coming up with my little brother, with Ben Johnson. He fought both of them. So he used to come to our gym and spar too, like when he was a kid and stuff like that. So it was just like to see him grow and to be the youngest active world champion amongst, boxing is crazy.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of, I get upset when people say that there's no great young American fighters.
Yeah.
I would put you on that list. I'd put him on there. I still think Keyshawn Davis has it. He just needs to get back and
for sure
figure some things out. I'm not convinced Tank is done, but you might feel otherwise. Can I just ask you before I let you go, Jake and Anthony, what do you make of that?
Anthony by murder.
By murder?
Yes.
Golly.
Might knock his head off a little bit. Like, it might be special effect, but it might, go out.
Like, legit?
Yeah.
First round?
It depends on if AJ is going out there to knock him out in the first round. If he wanted to, he could.
Okay.
For sure.
And what about December 6th? Frost Bank Center, San Antonio, Lamont Roach Jr., Pitbull Cruz, another guy who gave Tank a run for his money as well. A very close fight. What's the official prediction?
That I'll win very convincingly. Pitbull's a tough cookie. Everybody's talking about how if I make a statement by stopping him and all that, he hasn't been stopped for a reason. Let's put that out there right now. He hasn't been stopped for a reason. Do I think I can stop him? Yes. But if I don't be upset with me. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Well, much respect to you, man, especially for the way you've handled this Tank thing. I think a lot of other people would have, not taken the high road like you have. So much respect to you. Good luck. Safe travels out there. And thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Lamont Roach Jr., PBC pay-per-view on Amazon Prime this Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Big fight at 140 pounds against Pitbull Cruz. We'll say goodbye to him. Come back with Tony Ferguson. Don't go anywhere. Without further ado, let us say hello to Malcolm Schuyler, who is kind enough to join us, a.k.a. Wing C. There he is.
Seems you recognize my aura. Nice to meet you, Ariel. You butchered my name.
I am sorry.
I don't even go by my government name. The real name's Winged C. And that's all you should know.
How are you?
What's up, buddy? I'm awesome. I just took a crappy loss, but it's more to the storyline, so I just have to train harder.
No, I get it. And I love the setup. I love the wings. I love the yes. I love the vibe. What does it say on your Billy the Bully over there? What does that say? Lust demon.
I was trying to, it's my lust demon because young men struggle with it, and I hate it. And so it pumps me up when I'm training. But I don't know how to mirror my footage because I got a bunch of funny stuff written off on that board, but you can't even read it.
No, I can. Do not talk about the 14th Amendment. What's the 14th Amendment?
It's the 19th.
Ah, damn it. What is the 19th Amendment?
It was our biggest blunder. It's when we allowed them to vote.
Who?
The women.
Oh, dear.
Our biggest blunder, chat. Everything's gone wrong since then.
You don't believe that, do you?
Come on. Ariel, come on.
By the way, welcome to Zoom. I know you're not a big fan of Zoom. You were a big proponent for doing this on Discord.
I'm a fan of Discord. I don't really like the Chinese servers.
Okay, I understand. Why do they call you Wing C?
Oh, that's a good question. Back in the 6th grade, it was divinely revealed to me. It was actually when Instagram first came out.
Wow.
And I was deciding a username, and I made a normal one for the public servers, and I made it Malcolm656. But then I needed something to talk about anime because it was still ostracized back then. So I made Winged Cyndaquil, and that was my first ever gamer tag, first ever internet alias. But I shortened it to Wing C, and I've been Winged C ever since.
And
it's
thus
also symbolic.
Why symbolic?
Because I have a problem with authority. You probably could tell in my clips that you did a deep dive on.
Sure.
But wings, they're the freest thing out there, baby. And no one's going to be able to tie me down. No celestial dragons. No.
Yes, there he is, the inimitable Wing C. Great to go from Lamont Roach to Wing C. Check that out on the channel. He was something else. Lamont, great guy. He's taking the high road. The Tank situation is crazy. Still can't believe it played out that way. And still can't believe he didn't get the rematch. Perhaps if he does what he needs to do against Pitbull on Saturday, he will get that rematch. That's the fight. I am more interested in seeing that fight than Tank versus anyone else. Tank versus Jake Paul. Like, that's the fight that has to happen. If Tank fights again, it has to be against him, or everything else is a sham. And only adds to the controversy of that night in March in Brooklyn. They have to rectify that. They absolutely do. So I hope it works out for him, and I appreciate the way he's handling it, and I appreciate the fact that they stopped by to talk to us before heading out to San Antonio. 2:30, we're going to be joined by Tony Ferguson, El Kukui. 3:05, Lerone Murphy. 3:30, Kayla Harrison. Much more to go. We have some time, so wanted to weigh in on something really quickly. I'm there kind of like, prepping some Thanksgiving stuff. Time to chill, family. The news hasn't dropped yet. And all of a sudden, I get tagged in a little video from my old friends Kamaru Usman and Henry Cejudo. You see, I'm able to say their names. And it's from their podcast, which I've heard tremendous things about. I hear it's just absolutely killing it these days. It's great. It's two really, captivating, electric, likable personalities coming together for some great content. And I get tagged in a video where it appears as though one of the all-time best fighters, former UFC welterweight champion, Kamaru Usman, is talking about me, but he's not referencing my name. He's not saying my name, but it's very clear that he's talking about me. Anyway, I wanted to play the video, give them, a little bit of attention and the rub, because I know that that's really what they wanted deep down inside, and react to it. So here it is.
A person that will not be named in the show, but I guarantee you they could probably smell us from here.
Damn.
Well, let's just talk about this.
He's got a big nose, Kamaru.
They could smell us from here. But Henry, listen, why would we, as professional fighters, why would we go on these shows anymore with people who don't have G14 classification?
Like, if you're not great, I don't want you speaking on my greatness. Don't start talking about he's not this and that, because now it's unauthentic. I have G14 classification said, unless he's averaging 28-15, I don't see him as a dominant big man. I can say that.
Why would I be sitting there talking to you? Because you're just a glorified fan. The real journalists that have a conversation with us, Henry, before fights, and then they write about it, that's different. Not these people who are media personalities basically give their opinion. You talk about me to stay relevant. I don't talk about you. I don't care about you.
You've been in the headlines, and it's a matter of respect too, Kamaru. I would take it as like, all right, man, I'm the big dog. I'm the sheriff in town.
But that's why they're talking about me, Henry, because of that. Because I am the big dog. I am the name. That's why they are talking about me.
Okay, and he followed that up, that video, with a tweet, again, talking about me when he's saying that he doesn't want to talk about me on Thanksgiving, no less. They were never qualified. That's why they're no longer invited to the events. And so this is the same old playbook. This is the same old playbook, especially from the ones who have no creativity, who aren't able to think on their own with any kind of good trash talk, and especially from the Ali crew. It's always two things. It's always big nose, and it's always he can't get invited to the events. When they don't, they've been in the fight game long enough, they would know that you don't get invited to these events as a media member. You apply for a credential, and then they say yes or no. But that's a semantic. Obviously, we understand. They're trying to hit me below the belt, even though I've tried to explain and prove time and again that I haven't applied for a credential since March 2020. Izzy Romero pandemic hit. I was supposed to go to the Leon Nate Diaz fight, my last show at ESPN. Then I decided to leave, and on it goes. But they always go to those same two things because they feel like that's the best way to hit me. And then there he is, sitting there saying, I don't care about you. I don't care about your thoughts. Why should I care about your thoughts? But he's doing a video. He's clipping it off. He won't say my name, but he's going to tweet about it. He'll make some remark. Clearly, I have struck a nerve. And what is the nerve that I struck? I had the audacity to say that someone who hasn't won a fight, hasn't won more than 2 fights since 2021. He's 1-3 since 2021. He won 1 fight in June, and then his last win prior to that was a win in 2021, had the loss against Hamza, which I gave him all the props in the world for, and then the 2 losses against Leon. And I had the audacity to say that this guy doesn't deserve a title shot. I didn't say that he's a bum. I didn't say that he's a never was. I didn't say that he's one of the worst champions of all time. Obviously, I think George St. Pierre, and I don't think this is a hot take, is the greatest welterweight champion of all time, but I didn't make it personal. I didn't hit him below the belt. He's talking about my nose. By the way, I've been hearing about my nose since I was a kid, and I'm the one who leans into the nose stuff. I don't make, you think I get offended about the nose? I make merch with Helwani nose on it. You think that's going to bother me? You think that's going to make me feel sad about myself? But I don't go there. Like some people would say that, Kamaru's hairline is afraid of his forehead. I don't say that stuff. I don't go there. I don't go to the same places that these guys go because they have no creativity. They have no actual way of coming up with good creative trash talk. So they hit me with the nose stuff, which I already hit myself with, and then they hit me with the untruth of the credential stuff, which I've already cleared up time and again. But to them, and the way that they have been programmed by their master Ali, they've been programmed to think that unless you're a part of this group and you have to do everything in your power to be accepted and to be wanted by this group that is the UFC and Uncle Dana, you are not worth anything. The difference between them and I is I don't need them. I'm very happy being exactly where I am, and I've built something outside of that. They can only be successful. They can only be who they want to be if they are accepted by that. So they think that if you are not accepted by it, it's a knock against you. It's a shot against you. That's the difference in the mentality. And so they'll do everything to suck up and to be like, oh, yes, boss, look at your great shoes and look at your great closet and look at how much money you have and look how much success that you've generated for yourself. And I'll just be here speaking truth and telling it to you as it is. And I'll tell you what, I can guarantee you that the public would much prefer this than that. Than whatever that is. You could call it G14 classification, you could call it whatever it is. My G14 classification is a degree from the greatest sports journalism school in the country. Look it up, Syracuse University. And if that isn't enough for you, 15 time in a row, World MMA Award Journalist of the Year. That to me is enough. I've never said that I could fight. I've never said that I could do what you do, and I would never, ever, ever criticize or critique the way you punch, the way you take someone down, the way you do anything in the cage. I don't do that. But I sure as damn think that I can sit here and say that someone who has one win since 2021 probably shouldn't be next when you have guys like Michael Morales, 19-0. You have guys like Shavkat Rakhmonov, 19-0. When you have guys like Ian Gary doing their thing. I don't think that that's a hot take. I don't think that that's out of bounds. I don't think that's crossing the line. And so you could try to take shots at me. You could try to discredit me. You could try to say like, hey, why would we go on your shows? Newsflash, I haven't asked either of you guys to come on the show for a very, very long time. I know better. A, I know you're not going to do it. And B, no real interest. I have no real interest. Triple C, Henry Cejudo, got his hand slapped when he came on my show after the Marlon Moraes fight. Ali got very, very mad at him because he told him. And he knows this. And Henry knows this. Ali told him, I made a deal with Dana White. You can't go on this guy's show. You're going to get in trouble. How'd that all work out for you, Henry? How'd that all work out for you? How did things pan out for you as far as like listening to that advice? Did you get everything that you wanted? Did you get all the promises that were promised to you for not coming on my little rinky-dink show? How did it all work out to you? Because I remember when you were crafting the Triple C thing, when you were trying to do the stuff with the Bella twins. Who helped you out? Who was backing you? Who had your back? Who was putting you on the show when you were missing weight and all that stuff? Who was putting Kamaru on the show? But now that they feel like they're comfortable, they've got their little microphone, they've got their little Zoom setup, they can take shots at us and say that we are not qualified, that we don't deserve to talk about this. We can't talk about title shots and things like that. Clown shit. Absolute clown shit. And don't worry. The reason why I talk about you is because you guys, I know very well, you're very accomplished. You've done great things in this sport. And I talk about you out of respect and because you are a part of the sport. I don't need you to talk about me. I didn't ask you to talk about me. None of this should matter to you. None of this should bother you. But if you're going to try to discredit me, then I'm going to respond. I'm sure as hell going to respond. And so, yes, I don't think that you deserve a title shot. I don't think that you're the greatest welterweight champion of all time. And I don't feel like my responses are all that crazy to those two questions or debates. George St. Pierre is the greatest fighter ever, not just welterweight champion ever, greatest fighter ever. And Shavkat, Michael Morales, Ian Gary, and I'm probably missing, Carlos Praches. Yes, I do think those guys deserve it more. And by the way, if you don't believe me, how about Sean Brady, who got knocked out by Michael Morales? Let's hear what he has to say about it.
There's no way Ian gets it next. I don't think so. Well, first of all, the least deserving of it is Kamaru Usman. Brother, like, I don't know how they're finagling this shit, like trying to push him into the
cahoots.
Huh?
Between him and Islam?
Yeah,
like mutual friendship.
For
like
sure.
let's get
mutual
you paid.
friendship, same manager. Like, I understand what they're trying to do, but that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I personally, obviously, he beat me. I think Morales is the most deserving out of everybody.
He's undefeated.
Undefeated, 19-0, just beat me. I was the number one contender. Beats me. Number two would be, I think Prates is right there. I think he would deserve it more. Shavkat doesn't deserve a title shot.
He got to get back in the race.
He's got to get back in the race. Everybody else got to be in the bro. Something like that. Everyone's got to be in the race. He's just sitting on the sidelines. The only person I think that they will do before Morales is Usman. Like, I think they're trying to do this. I really do think.
Would you be disgusted?
disgusted. Everyone's going to be disgusted. He's the least. He lost 3 fights in a row, beat Buckley. Like, bro, like, come on, you know,
it's a good fight.
I don't think it is. I think Islam's going to run through him.
And he's 100% right. I do think that is what's going to happen. I do think it's going to be the same thing as John Jones versus Stipe. They're going to give him the title shot. It's going to be a lifetime achievement award, and then he's going to retire after he loses to Islam. That's exactly what's going to happen. And all those guys are going to have to wait. The active, young, hungry, successful, victorious as of late fighters are going to have to wait. And this will pause everything because they'll all come together, same management. They'll make a deal. He's cozying up to Dana and talking about his great shoe collection and all this stuff. We're going to get this main event that no one wants, but we are going to get it. Just look at the matchmaking as of late, and then everything will be paused, and then everything will resume afterwards. I can guarantee it. I could smell it. I could smell it, guys. I could smell it from right over here. I could smell it from miles away. Glorified fan. I mean, at what point do I get to say, yeah, I can have a say in matters here? Glorified fan. What does that even mean? All of you guys sit behind microphones. Can I critique the way you speak? Can I critique the way you do your media? I mean, I have a degree. What's your classification? What's your qualification for being a media guy? Just because you fought? Well, then why can't I speak? I have a degree that says that I'm allowed to speak. So what's the difference? You see what I'm saying? You're saying that I can't speak about a sport that I never competed in. I'm going to say you can't speak about something that you have no qualification in because you don't have a degree that says you're allowed to speak into this thing. You see how stupid that sounds? You see how dumb that sounds? It sounds very fucking dumb. Just like you guys do when you try to make these little jokes and take these pot shots at me. Great fighters, legendary fighters, all the respect, peace, and love. I've never said a blessed word about either of you guys other than I'm talking about the sport. I'm talking about the sport here. I'm not making it personal. I'm talking about the sport. People deserve it. People don't deserve it. And I don't think that you deserve a title shot. And clearly, way more accomplished people in this sport, guys who actually fight, who, dare I say, have some kind of classification, maybe not G14. And by the way, that's a joke from Rush Hour. None of it is original. None of it is your own thought. You can't come up with anything on your own, but you take these shots to try to sound cool and hip, and you're thinking about me and making videos and content about me on Thanks freaking Giving. Have some turkey and some sweet potato pie and stop thinking about little old me, who apparently is so irrelevant that you can't say my name, but you still make content and videos about. Silly. Make it make sense. But anyways, who's to check? Do we have our next guest? No,
who's to check?
Well, thank you about that. Is he there? No, he's not there. All right, in a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by the one and only Tony Ferguson. By the way, great tweet here from Chuck Mindenhall about the state of meritocracies in the UFC. Gaethje and Usman being put in these spots is enough to render the word meritocracy obsolete. Yeah, you're right. That's the man in the hat. Hey, we talked about Ilia Topuria. Some good big news coming from Ilia also on Thursday regarding his WOW promotion. He's teaming up with Cristiano Ronaldo. Remember, not that long ago, I think it was our show that asked him about Ronaldo. I think Ronaldo said, if my memory serves me correct, Ronaldo said that he was picking Volk to beat him. Or no, Max Holloway, I think it was. And I think he didn't like that. And then he said something about Messi. Well, now they're friends. A new era of fighting is coming. This is the promo that aired. There's Topuria, there's Ronaldo. WOW FC.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Yes, doing big things. Especially in España. I love it. Very exciting. So congratulations to the two of them, and looking forward to seeing what they do together. Also, by the way, congratulations to the great Jiří Procházka. What about Jiří Procházka announcing that he is going to be a father? It gives me, wait, can I read that? Go back. It gives me great honor to announce we will be 3 next year. Thank you for both this blessing and responsibility. I look forward to it, and let's go for it. Finally, I could post it here. Next year, we will be 3. How about that? And what about this great photo with the sonogram pic? Everyone's having babies these days. Beautiful.
Everyone?
Well, On Air Jordan, Yuri.
That's everyone in my book.
Yuri, a product of Ryzen. They're announcing their big 10-year anniversary show, and they're switching it up. What about these gloves? Yeah, look at this. Gold gloves. What do you think? Better than the UFC gold gloves? Look at that padding there. I dig it.
On par with the UFC gold.
Do you think the the sticker here, do you think it will rub off?
They fixed that, right?
They did.
I do think the gold looks better on this one.
You know what? I thought so too. What is it about? Is it just more worn in?
It's more like warm. It's not as bright as the other one.
There's also a lot more black on these.
That's true.
Yeah, these have definitely been used as well.
You think so?
They look like it, yeah.
Handcrafted
Who's to
by
check?
Isami artisans. I did mention to Lamont Roach Jr., Teofimo Lopez, Shakur Stevenson, January 31st. It was announced this morning. Right here in New York City, and it's a Ring 6 card, but it is being promoted by Matchroom Boxing. It is interesting that they don't say exactly where in New York it's happening, and we did look into it. The Knicks are playing the Lakers that night. It's also the same night as UFC 280. No, not 280. What am I talking about? 325. And then there's like Disney on Ice, right, at the Barclays.
Yeah, an 11 o'clock, a 3 o'clock, and a 7 o'clock showing.
That's tough. So perhaps they're going back to the tennis stadium.
Can they kick Disney on Ice?
No,
Is there
absolutely not. Are you kidding me? No way. That's insane. No one does that.
So your theory is Louis Armstrong.
Sounds like it. I mean, unless you're going to UBS.
Arthur Ashe?
The big one.
Yeah.
UBS, Long Island? Weird spot for it, no?
Still New York.
The theater? The
Now we're
Hulu
talking.
Theater?
The theater.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been the Hulu Theater in about 2 years.
No,
it's just
I
the
know.
theater at Madison Square
I know. We
Garden.
need to get a sponsor on there. Anyway, Teofimo Lopez speaking to Uncrowned. That article is up right now on the #1 unbiased site in all of combat sports. I mean, talk about not building anything. Talk about not, having any skin in the game. I mean, the website, the YouTube channel, the podcast, it's like, some might call it an empire, dare I say. Anyway, there it is. Teofimo Lopez vows to expose Shakur Stevenson on January 31st. What he does is a facade. I can't wait for this fight, and more importantly, I can't wait for the build-up, the trash talk, the press conferences. These two guys are great. They're unique in their own right. I think Shakur is hilarious. I'm looking forward to it very, very much. I'm also looking forward to the return of Tony Ferguson. He returns to action on the 20th of December. Misfits Mania, Dubai. This is the card headlined by Andrew Tate against Chase Demore for their heavyweight title. Tony's on the card. We found out about this a couple weeks ago against the mechanic, Warren Spencer. There it is. The man who fought and lost to Dylan Dennis back in August. Of course, we remember Tony Ferguson defeating Salt Papi in one of the all-time best moments of 2025. El Kakui now, kind enough to join us to talk about this big return fight. There he is. Hello, Tony. How are you?
Woo, cheers. Good morning. How's everybody doing over there?
Everyone's great. How was your Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving was good, dude. I'm be real. I owe you kind of not an apology, but I'll say that I wanted to come on your show right after my fight.
Yes.
Unfortunately, my puppy passed away, Knuckles. I've had her since 2011, and it was kind of hard. We flew back, and the day, that night that we flew back, she passed away that night. So it was kind of like a bittersweet victory, / everything. But yeah, so otherwise that's why I disappeared from everybody. So it wasn't like I was just trying to hide and shit, just trying to deal with family loss.
No, I understand, man. And my heart breaks for you. I was never a dog guy myself, but we got a dog like 7 years ago, and I understand how much it means to the family. How are you guys doing after that? Especially because it seemed like it happened somewhat out of the blue.
Oh yeah, it happened right out of the blue. She lived an awesome life. I mean, she's I've had Knuckles since about 2011. So when I was first over at Knuckleheads Boxing, to maybe just right before I beat Ramsey Nijam all the way until, I won the belt for the boxing. So she lived a full circle, man, which is pretty cool. And we ended up buying another dog. We got another dog, and she's a hairy little one. She looks like a little fucking Ewok, but it's a blessing. And like I said, I mean, life moves on, but it makes you put in perspective of how everything really is, and you can't take anything for granted. We're lucky that, as Thanksgiving was just here, you hold those that are around you a little bit closer, and you just kind of be thankful for everything a little bit more.
I love it. Amen. And I'm glad to hear that you guys have added a new puppy to the family. So can we talk about that fight and that experience, man? The reaction to your win was so nice. Everyone was so happy for you. Did you feel that as well? Did you feel the love? Did you feel that reaction? Because it just seemed like everyone just wanted to see you get your hand raised.
Yeah, but it wasn't like somebody was going to give it to me, right? So it was really, I had to really earn it. You're talking about all the way from camp, all the way to when we were walking out where the Flames did something to me, which was pretty cool. I mean, Goggins, I'll touch base on this. Goggins was one of the dudes that said, Tony, when the lights turn on, something happens to you. It's just like, you're not the same how you were in the octagon. And something happened where when I was in the back preparing for Misfits, it wasn't the same walkout. It wasn't the same walkout into the UFC ring. And it wasn't the same vibe. I had shoes on. There was just like everything that I probably could have like looked forward to and probably threw me off guard and balance. It did it. It helped me focus on everything that I really need to do. I trusted the process in which my coaches, Haas from Knuckleheads Boxing and Rashad Holloway from my team, and then some of my sparring partners, Tommy, like these. I trusted in what we had did, and I made myself really uncomfortable. So that way, when I would go out there, I would be comfortable. It really took me maybe a round or two to finally like get back into my groove of things, how I was over in Mexico City versus RDA, just kind of hitting the same target and things. And, it was just, it was crazy just going back into the corner in between rounds and then making sure listening to my coaches, I knew I was breaking them down. I could tell that his energy level, my experience from wrestling and all these different sports, I could just tell that he wasn't as powerful from before. And I could just tell things were starting to slow down, his conditioning, my pressure, everything. And then I could just feel the crowd. I heard the crowd. The crowd was fucking amazing. You guys are always fucking great. But at that time, when I was going for the finish, everything just went zoom. And it was like tunnel vision. And everything just was quiet for just a second. And as soon as I knew that I had him against the ropes, I knew that this was the way to finish him. And I threw a bunch of barrage of punches. And then here he comes and stops it in. And the only thing I could think of, man, was absolutely fucking nothing. Ariel, damn it. What about time? Holy shit, about fucking time. You missed this feeling. This is what it's about. You win for so long. I'm not saying you get bored of it, but it's you stop counting the fucking the dubs and and all the other things. You just fucking it just loses touch of itself. And this win was a big, huge deal to me, man. I got a piece of hardware. I heard the crowd. I heard everybody around the world, and it was exactly what I needed to be able to help me get back to where I really wanted to be. Put it that way.
Did you feel like a weight was lifted off your shoulders?
Oh man, I'll be real with you. When the GFL, remember how at the beginning of the year, it was just a whole bunch of just stuff going on and nothing was following through. That was where a lot of the weight was at. It was just not knowing what's going on. I want to compete. And it's what's going on? Don't take a break. Don't stop training. You have to stay active. And I remember my dad, he tells me, stay close to weight. He's like, if you're going to compete multiple times a year, just stay close to weight. It was the best advice I've gotten. And then my other coach is saying, go back to your warm up. And I would do that. And being real, the more that I kept with my routine, the more structured I was with everything, waking up early and doing all the things, getting to sparring and then doing the extra credit and not doing too much, coaching football and all these other things. It kept me so damn busy where it's I didn't even feel like the weight was on my shoulders anymore. It was accepting that this is what I want to do. And to be able to accept that, there was hardly any weight. I'm going to be real with you. But I get what you're saying when you're talking about with the win, when you feel like the weight was off my shoulders. So yeah, I guess you're actually really right on that one. It was finally being able to add another W, man, to that fucking record is just absolutely needed. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate you saying that, because some people might dismiss that, but this was talked about for a while, and you're so beloved, and people wanted to see you succeed and be happy and have your arm raised. And so I'm wondering, in the aftermath, if you were able to acknowledge the toll that the streak took on you, about the way things ended, and if that moment, if that win, if that arm being raised in August helped wash that all away, and now you can kind of move on and build on that. Did you feel like you really, really needed that and was missing that?
Man, I'll tell you again, like, when things are just so chaotic, you don't really have time to plan or to worry about a lot of things, especially in this kind of sport. I mean, you're talking about when I got the victory, and then, obviously, like, my pups passed away, and then thinking about like I had zero fucking time to think about like the stuff that I probably should have. And I didn't. It didn't hit me until like maybe like a month later, about like, from going from, the wins to the losses to back to where I'm at. And I played so many damn sports, Ariel. I've got a bunch of rings, I got medals and a bunch of things. And I could tell you that was the most I've ever lost in my whole entire life at one fucking time, like ever. I'm not saying that was what I wanted to do, because I didn't want to go and get hurt. But when I took a look at the people that were around me and how they were affected about how I was going about my camps and how I was, getting outside of the fight, and I was causing more harm to others than I was to myself. And you guys see me inside the cage. I can go in there, somebody tries to snap my arm, I'm going to get up, I'm going to beat him with it. So it's like, I don't mind pain, but I had to start accepting that the fact that there's more to life than trying to look and search for that pain type of stuff, that there is real things out there. Sometimes you're just looking in the wrong spot. And it's taken a while for me to be able to have a good direction to where I really want to go and have an idea. And I'm glad that the sport is something that I've wanted to do my whole entire life. I get to put shoes on, like I told Lloyd back in Abu Dhabi against Michael Chiesa. And, I just talked to Warren Spencer just a second ago. We did our fucking virtual face-off. And one thing that we agreed on was the shoes factor. Like, when you're in MMA, like I grew up playing sports, playing shoes and cleats and all this shit. It's like when I went into MMA, it was like, damn, I feel naked. Like, this is a part of me that I grew up with. And now, this isn't a chance for me to be able to go out there and do and move how I want to move, which is fucking awesome. So December 20th, you guys better tune in.
What did you make of Misfits as an organization, the way they treated you? How did you feel after that first one?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked this question, because I didn't know what I was in for. Whenever I go to UFC, I would always give hugs, and I do everybody. I've been there for a long time. I just, you kind of know people that are just there behind the scenes. You just know that's the mechanism that works. And it's a really good mechanism that runs. So I'm kind of biased when it comes into from the UFC and everybody else. But when I went over to London, when I went over to do my mid-interview or my face-offs and stuff, even before the fight, I found that it ran very, very well. It wasn't like it was, I don't want to explain it like that. It just ran really well. I didn't know anybody. So it wasn't like I was around giving hugs and knowing everything and so on and so forth. It was strictly business, and how they handled themselves and how the security and how everybody was and just how really well ran it was. I was very impressed. Not knowing. I've been, the only other types of fights I've ever been to are like not smoker fights, but my up and coming fighters that are up and coming, it's not as big as the UFC. UFC's, I always explain it to a lot of people that they're doing it right. And when I walked out in the Misfits realm, it was awesome. It was amazing. It was the coolest shit. I had flames in front of me. I saw the boxing ring. It was a whole new aura. You had loud, crazy fans, just like the UFC, which is fucking awesome. But it was like a whole different vibe. And I have to tell you, Mams and then KSI and all the guys and all the family from Misfits, I have to say thank you very much for opening the doors. I'm not sure if you guys do that all the time to people, but, you put the energy out that you want to bring back. And they definitely showed it, that they know how to handle business.
One fun little byproduct of all of this was like this, I don't know, this MMA Avengers squad was formed between you, Dylan Dennis, and Darren Till. What was that like? And did you see that coming? Did you think that would actually happen?
So I didn't see his interview. I didn't see Ariel's or your interview with Dylan. I didn't really pay attention too much to the shit. What I know is like sometimes it's just like there's a lot of hype that goes into it, and like it's not like I hate Dylan or nothing. So I saw Dylan right there, and we were kind of like, what's up, man? And then I fucking was like, fuck it. I held up my phone. I was like, let's get a picture. And we got a picture. And then old boy Darren Till was over there too. And I was like, hey, Darren, come here. So we ended up getting our picture. And it just fucking ended up working out because we were on one whole side. And the whole side, I'm not saying it was B side, but those guys were on the other side, you know, and it ended up working out, which was chill. You know, we weren't fighting each other. This is how it was. And fucking, it was cool, man. I mean, that was a great picture. I mean, I have some pretty cool pictures with people. I got one with Khabib. I made that fucker stand there and pose with me for a fucking second.
When was that?
One with Connor McNugget.
Oh, the Khabib that's back in the day.
This was at our press conference.
Yeah. I thought you meant like from that weekend. I thought you meant from that weekend. Yes.
No, but I just love pictures. So there's another picture that I got where I've got one with myself. You have Golden Boy. You have Lorenzo Fertitta. You have Dana White and Anthony Kiedis all in the same fucking picture right after my Barbosa fight.
Oh, wow.
Like the most random type of fighter in pictures. And another one I got is Vanderlei Silva and Chuck Liddell.
Wow.
And another fighter, I forget, and my wife. We were all in the same, like this. I think fighting is just one of those things that just brings people to fucking together. Like everybody can agree that it's like when you get inside a ring or a cage and you wobble it just brings fucking people together. And it's like, it's some people just don't. I get it, but I mean, shit, for a guy like me, hell yeah, that's cool as shit.
Okay, so then when this was all said and done, how did we end up with Warren Spencer as your next opponent? How did we end up on this card against this guy?
Right. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to keep competing. When I got into the UFC and I was getting higher up in the rankings, it became very scarce. I was competing maybe once, twice a year, rather than when I came out of the Ultimate Fighter when I was 6 times that year and then another 4 the next and another. I love to compete. I had asked Lloyd and we talked to Mans. I said, I want to fight again. I would like to fight again. They had a card coming up, kept patient. I thought we were going to fight Gibb. Apparently he's got a lot of things going on and this other stuff, and he wanted to relinquish the belt. So hell, fuck it. So Warren stepped up, and I remember he ended up fighting Dylan, and he didn't have too much of a boxing. You know, he kind of hit him a couple of times, but he put himself in Shitsville. So I mean, it's not a bad opponent. I'm 1-0, Ariel. This is the crazy thing. Saul Poppy was 6-2, right? I'm 1-0 as a boxer. I'm gonna go towards to be 2-0. So whoever the fuck they put in front of me, I know they're gonna be preparing because they know who the fuck they're gonna be in next to. So I mean, this guy's got Andrew Tate in his background. You know, they're probably throwing absolutely everything they possibly can at him. They had Saul Poppy and, you know, over there training with them too. So this is just like the Ultimate Fighter again, Ariel, where you had everybody trying to go against me. And it's like, fuck. And so I'm excited about it because I'm just like, fuck, I do really well when it comes to things like that or when people talk shit. And this dude says that the Misfits boxing ring is for washed up UFC fighters. And only way I'm washed up is I'm very cleaned up now, man, and I'm ready to fucking rock and roll.
How do you feel about this whole Andrew Tate thing? He's fighting on this card for the heavyweight title in the main event. How do you feel about his inclusion in this now?
I mean, look, when it goes into the fight game, he's a fighter, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to stay away from it. I told the same thing about Connor. I was like, look, you can use the game genie for so long, but you're going to miss it. So you're going to probably end up coming back. Andrew's probably one of those guys. I saw one of his fights where, you know, he had something with his eyes, and that just sucks when you have to leave something like that, and then it kind of gets at you. So I can understand how he wants to come back and fight, and it's cool. I think the more the merrier, and shit, fuck it. Everybody wants to see him fight anyway, so fuck it, let's go.
Okay, so you have no issues with that?
Why am I going to have an issue with this, dude? You got Anderson Silva fighting T. Woodley. I'm not going to have any issue with anybody that wants to get out there, train, have the balls to fucking go in there and spar, show up, take care of your diet, make weight, do all this other shit. I got a little bit of respect for people that want to do that rather than sit down and bitch and moan and not even pick up a pair of fucking gloves. To be real, I mean, I think that if fans say that they don't want to see it, they do want to see it. Either way, they're going to fucking watch.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless if you say yes or no, you're going to be looking at the highlights on Instagram and wondering who the fuck won. So in essence, don't be a fucking asshole. Just watch our fucking fight and don't stream it. You know, buy this shit.
Do you feel, it's interesting because I remember when your fight was announced against Saul Poppy, you talked about some of the criticism. I don't feel that anymore. I feel like a lot of people are kind of happy with this path. Do you feel a lot more positivity now surrounding your fights?
I believe that I am wasting talent if I'm not out there competing. I am wasting a God-given talent that has been blessed to me, and to be able to pay it forward and work with people and to teach and to coach. I'm making my way into coaching now. I've been in football. We ended up what was it 7 or 8, 2-1 for football. And so like we're back on winning schedule. This is a mentality that you have to have. Like, it's not just about the dub, but it's not about victory, but the work that you put into it and the smart shit that you go into it. I'm not one to have a repeat performance. I'm not trying to go out there and do the same thing that I did with Salt. I really am not. Like, I want to be the best boxer that I could possibly be. I was the best MMA fighter for the longest time. Feared. Fucking nobody wanted to fucking step inside that ring. Nobody wanted to talk shit. And now it's like the same thing. It's like, but I have people that are willing to take these fucking chances. That they're like, yeah, you got a couple losses. You're human. Well, fuck it. Thank God, man. Because for a long time there, you guys weren't fucking even trying to compete against me. Now it's the fact it's like, all right, cool. Now I get to pick and choose like who the fuck I want to go against. Look, just give me somebody right here. We'll prepare for him. What's his name? What's his record? Is he right-handed? Is he southpaw? Where's he from? All right, cool. I'm going to go to the drawing boards. I'm going to build that dossier like I did for fucking McNuggets and for tiramisu. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to get this fucking job done in stylistic fashion too, because it's about making it look good in ring presence now, Mr. Ariel.
Yes, sir. It's interesting that we're talking to you on this Monday because UFC matchmaking is very much in the news. Guys who think that they should be getting title shots, guys like Lerone Murphy and Movsar Evloev, who have won 9 fights in a row, aren't getting title shots, are getting passed over for maybe more popular fighters, things like that. And it's also very reminiscent, Tony, of a guy named El Kukui who had to scratch and claw his way to get the shots that he wanted and still in the end didn't get that undisputed title shot. Do you look at any of this?
That is some the undisputed fucking belt ever. When I fought and I won that belt and you had McNugget in the company trying to be sold and all the bullshit, everybody knows that that's the most undisputed fucking belt. We've had everybody fucking running when it goes into it. My conversations with Hunter are completely different than what everybody else's are. I'm a champ, bro. I'm a world fucking champ, and that's nobody can ever take that away. I have the fucking hardware.
That's fair.
Doesn't matter what anybody fucking says. That doesn't matter what anybody fucking says. It's like after a while, it's like when you collect the same fucking metal over and over. It's like you kind of want a different piece of hardware. It's like, fuck, can I go to a different tournament? You know, like a lot of these kids that are bitching and moaning. You had Arman Saruki, and I saw him over in when I was for Hype Fighting.
Yeah,
out there in Thailand, and he's like, "Hey, let's wrestle. I want to grapple you." And I was like, "You don't want to grapple me." I've been training, like I've been healing. I took some time off. I healed. You know, during those times, my feet were fucking broken, like on my shoulder and everything. It was not good. So like, and I'm telling him, and I was like, look, you don't want to grapple me. I was like, what's your ranking? And he's like, 2-1, I'm number 1. And I was like, well, you don't want to grapple me because I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to take your ranking. I'm going to go back and win. I was like, you have no idea. A lot of these fighters, I was like, look, they might bitch and moan. So listen, if you guys are taking notes, you guys might bitch and moan. You're not, I got 9-fight win streak, 10-fight, whatever fucking win streak that you have. Dana don't like complainers. Fuck that. You don't like complainers. He wants go-getters. You want people that are clutch. If you got a certain record, you got a certain fight, and you can pull in some people numbers by going out there and performing to the best of your fucking abilities by making that shit bloody, you're going to get that shot. But if you're sitting there bitching and moaning all the fucking time and whining, nobody's going to pay attention to you. What the fuck are you doing? Get out there, show the fuck what's up, keep practicing, work your ass off, and make it sharper in the time when you're over there inside the octagon. Do the right things inside the cage, say the right things as soon as you get out, go to the presser, say another fucking good couple things, and then prove that you really need that shot. Because if not, then they're going to fucking pass you by. Because if you're not taking the opportunities that they give you, you're saying, no, I want this. And then they're going to say, fuck you. You know what? You didn't want to take this one. We're going to put you back in line. You're going to go 3 or 4 back. I've always said, yeah, I've always been the gamest one that's been out there and fucking always showed up. Doesn't matter who the fuck they put in front of me. If you're like that, you're going to get your chance. It's inevitable. But you're going to have to work your ass off. Bitching and moaning ain't going to do shit. It ain't going to do shit. It's like, I was little. My dad took me to a baseball game. It was my first game, Angels game. I thought it was Dodgers. Angels game. Foul ball was hit. We're there a couple hours early. The batting practice. You have all these annoying kids, like they're trying to get the security guard. They're hanging their gloves over and they're like, hey, throw it to me, throw it to me, throw it to me. My dad was like, hey, don't say, you see those kids? He's like, don't say anything. Hang your glove over the edge and maybe you'll get his attention. My dad's a hunter. He always taught me, he's like, sometimes you just got to be quiet and sit still. You won't be able to see anything if you're making too much noise. So a lot of UFC fighters that are out there bitching and moaning, yeah, you can make good noise, but sometimes you just got to sit down, think a little bit, and go a different route, man. Find a different trail, so that way you can get that kill, get that victory, and get that title shot that you want, man. Because you think you deserve it. You got 100 million other fucking people that think they deserve it too. So what's the difference between you and them?
Couldn't agree more with everything you're saying. The question that I wanted to ask was, though, was there any part of you saying, I'm happy I don't have to deal with those politics? Because it did get a little tiresome.
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I mean, I took a break. When's the last time I took a break, Ariel? I never take a break.
Right.
I never take a break. I've let my feet heal. Like I'm telling you, I've fucked my feet. Like I've, preparing for these fights, and I'm using my kicks, and I'm not conditioning my shins or my feet the way I used to. Like, man, or like different things. Like it's like I took time to heal, and like where I'm at right now with boxing is my balance is getting a lot better. My defense and my counters, and I'm listening, because usually all the time I'm a freestyler. I would just always just be kind of moving and doing this type of things. Well, my coaches, they have me, and my trainers, they have me moving in certain mannerisms where I'm breaking old habits, which is fucking dope. So when I'm opening up in MMA sparring, I feel a difference, which is pretty fucking cool. I've never had a break, and I'm doing this. Not saying I'm going to go and jump back in right away, because why not why fix something that's not broken? I love this boxing thing right now. But in essence, it's like I'm getting sharper. We're talking about like weapon training. We're talking about doing like a lot of different things, Ariel, which is just what I've always wanted to do. MMA is one of those things where you have this pie, right? And you have all these cuts in it, but you have to realize that out of all those cuts, they're filled. All those time slots are filled. And if you want to add in some shit, it's going to take away from some stuff. And where I was at was I was taking away from a lot of family time. I was taking away a lot from my business and so on, family, like just more than anything, family time. And after a while, I realized that when I had my break, I was like, fuck, man, I've been missing a lot. This is what I've been missing. But so and I get it, and I feel like everything's right back to normal. I'm like, fuck, all right, this isn't so bad. This isn't so bad. Like getting back to the routine, how college was, like in like 3-hour practices and so on and so forth, and getting this shit done, not feeling bad, and going home and being able to go to bed early because you're fucking tired of shit. Like this feels good, man. This is a good way to end the year. The fight before Christmas, December 20th versus Warren Spencer. It's a good way to set forth whatever the fuck happens next year. Because I mean, shit, who knows? I mean, you've had GFL put some fucking thing up, and like you had it's like, who gives a fuck, man? Like right now, Misfits Boxing is this shit. I fucking love Misfits. Mams is cool as fuck. You have, KSI was a CEO. You have Andrew Tate, who's a CEO now, and like it's so many different directions where this sport's gonna go, and I'm excited to be right there knee deep.
Will you be at peace if you never fight in MMA again?
Oh, I'm fighting in MMA again, bro.
Okay, all right.
I have no idea. So, I mean, this shit's not going away. It's just right now, I'm enjoying keeping shoes on. I grew up playing football, wrestling, and then baseball. And then once in a while, I played basketball. I played a lot of sports, dude. It was like, but everything was always changing. I live in California. Now, hear me out. We don't have snow. We have rain. We have fires. We have seasons.
Yes.
But it's not like how I grew up, where it's like when the change of the season happens, the change of the sport happens. It's been the same fucking sport forever for me. And then I didn't get a break. And I'm not telling you I got burned out, but damn, if you had to see one athlete get burned out and you had to explain it to somebody, you just show them my career real quick in the UFC, real fast. And then you show them what happens when you change sports up. And then you can come back and play the game later.
Mm.
So like that's the, not, I wouldn't call it even a predicament, but that's just like that's the faith in the direction of what I want to put my talent. Because damn, when I talked about like not even being in my prime, you talk about 41, dude, and just getting there. Like, how is that possible? At work, that's like mental experience. Like when sometimes you have people that they go to college and they don't know what the fuck they want to do. They go and they spend all their money getting their gen eds and everything out of it, and then they're dropping out because they don't know what the fuck they still want to do. Years later, sometimes with the experience or whatever they're working on, they get the experience and then go back to school because they know what they have now. They kind of experienced what they had in the real world. They're like, okay, no, this is the direction where I want to take my schooling. And then they go back and they understand where they needed to go. That's kind of how I feel right now.
Can I ask you, and I'll let you go in a moment, you know Patty and Justin very well. They're fighting each other for the interim belt. Who do you think wins that fight?
Patty. Only because Justin doesn't want another interim belt. That fucker, I mean, like, it's just it. You could tell, like, as soon as, like, when we were fighting, like, I prepared for a different guy. Like, I'd be real. And it was like, I wanted to go in there and, like, just, that's not about me. Anyways, we'll talk about Gaethje and Patty. Patty's not bad, dude. Patty's not bad. He's very beatable, and Gaethje's very beatable as well. But when it goes into the passion and how upsetting Justin Gaethje has always been about not getting that real title shot, and they just keep dangling it right there again. I mean, shit. Patty's in for a new treat, right? Patty's the one that's never fought for a belt. He's going in there. He's going to be trying to, get that stuff. He's going to feel a little bit more fresher. He's going to have that little bit of excitedness, in my opinion. So if I was going to the book and I was going to try to place the bet, I mean, shit, I would go with the new kid that's going in there and that's going in there for the new opportunity rather than the old kid that fought for the belt, disrespected it, threw it on the fucking ground, didn't give a shit for it. In my mentality, that's how he's going to be again. It's going to go for Patty, in my opinion. So best of luck for both of them. I'll knock each other the fuck out.
Tony, it's great to have you back. It's great to have you back, man. Good luck, December 20th. Man. You seem happy. You seem good, healthy, excited, prepared. We're excited to see you back in action less than a month away, 19 days away to be exact. So looking forward to a nice little Christmas treat right before. They're calling it, what are they calling it? Absolutely. The fight before Christmas. Tony Ferguson versus Warren Spencer for the interim middleweight world title of Misfits Boxing. All the best to you, Tony. So great to hear from you. Good luck. Can't wait for the fight.
I appreciate that, Ariel. Thank you. Happy holidays, boys.
Same to you. All the best. There he is. The great El Kukui returning to action on the 20th of December. Dylan Dennis also on that card against Anthony Taylor. Main event, Andrew Tate against one Chase D'Amore. I know Andy's locked in on that Chase D'Amore fight. She loves Chase D'Amore. Everyone loves Chase D'Amore. Looking forward to that. That's the day after. That is the day after Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Also on that day, by the way, just announced Bo Nickel against Yoel Romero in Real American Freestyle Wrestling. How about that? Bo Nickel against Yoel Romero on December 20th. So usually things quiet down closer to the holidays. Not this year, because I got to say, Bo Nickel versus Yoel Romero is, that's a crazy dream matchup when it comes to freestyle wrestling. So how about that? All right. Earlier in the day and throughout the day, we've been talking about the state of matchmaking and featherweight division and lightweight division and women's bantamweight and all these different, welterweight, of course. Wanted to check in with Lerone Murphy. He's been active on Twitter. He is the guy who we all thought should be fighting Alex Volkanovski next. If you would have talked to us, and you did, on the Monday after his win, the spinning back elbow win over Aaron Pico, I would have said it's a shoo-in. I would have said this is the one. And oh, by the way, the champion himself was tweeting about it, saying, I'll see you in December. Lerone responded. It felt like they just did the UFC's work for them. A funny thing happened along the way, and on Thursday we found out it's going to be Alex Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez. Wanted to check in with Lerone, see how he's feeling about it all. He is kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Hello, Lerone. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing okay. You say I'm good, and I wonder if you're actually good, because I know you've had some time to digest this, but now that it is official and it has sunken in, how do you feel about the fact that you are not next for Alex Volkanovski?
Obviously, it's disappointing, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. I've got to dust myself off, crack on, get the next fight, and then make sure I'm undeniable, and that's what I'm going to do. I feel like, obviously, it hurts, innit? But business is business at the end of the day, and I've just got to do another one, innit?
When did you get word? I know we found out on Thursday, but when did you get word that this wasn't going to go to you?
Do you know what? I kind of caught wind of something maybe a month or something ago, but I still kind of had my hopes in it. I still thought it'll go my way. Something inside me just told me that maybe it's still gonna go my way. So I'm still preparing for that. But obviously, when the news came out and it was official, then yeah, we all knew.
Were you given a reason as to why they didn't go in your direction or Mofsar and in Diego's direction ultimately?
I don't have a clue. All I can think is don't want a Mexican champion in it. They must have seen the numbers that Moreno pulled in, or even Lopez pulls in, and it's a business move, and it can only be that, really.
When you saw Diego beat John Silva in September, the Noche UFC card, and it was a fast, frenetic, exciting, action-packed fight, did you think, did he maybe just steal this? Was there any part of you that was worried as a result of that result that he may have gotten the title shot over you?
Bro, I was celebrating. I was like, obviously not at Silva's demise, but I was thinking, I seen that fight going Silva's way. And I was thinking, if Silva wins, he's going to get this title shot. I didn't think there was any way that Diego was going to get the title shot if he won. But good on him. If I was Diego, I would have took the opportunity too. And so let them two fight. I'll fight whoever the UFC give me, and I'll get the next shot.
That's a wild thing, because leading up to it, John Silva had all the momentum, and Diego was coming off the loss to Volk. So you thought John just lost. This just kind of like stamped my ticket, right? Yeah. And so it sounds like you were kind of blindsided by this.
Yeah. I thought obviously Diego was the big draw before that fight. He lost to Alexandre Pantoja. I felt like there was catapulting Silva into the title shot, and obviously I think that's what the plan was. But Silva then lost, so I thought it was like I was undeniable then. Obviously before the Pico fight, it was a number one contender fight. Mofsar was fighting Pico, right? Everybody said that was a number one contender fight. So when I jumped in, I automatically thought win that fight and I'll be next in line for the title for sure. And to go out there and do it the way I did do it, it's like I thought I was undeniable. I almost celebrated too early, but yeah, man, like I said, it is what it is.
In the immediate aftermath of this fight in Chicago in August, were you or your team, your management ever told, yeah, like you're in pole position, you're going to get it? Like, were you ever given any type of promise that this result punched your ticket?
A promise is a promise, innit? You need paper in it. A promise is a promise. The word's the word in it, and the sport's forever changing. So I don't think they don't ever tell you you're gonna get the title shot. They say we'll see what happens in it, and like these fights every weekend nowadays. And it's not even like back in the day where it was like there's two guys at the top battling it out. There's loads of contenders now, and that's why another reason why I think it should be fresh. But yeah, man, I'm not crying.
What did you make of the tweets from Diego once the news came out? There were a couple here. Here's one: take the risks, accept the fights they're offering you, do a good job and presentation. This is translation, so it probably means promotion there. And then we'll talk mustache season is coming. See you in Australia. And then I do believe there was another one saying, my face when I saw everyone crying, sitting around. He won't give you a title fight. Get to work and stop whining on social media. Do you think that was directed at you?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care either. I'm not crying, and you can't tell me to get to work. I've got 9 fights in a row won, so no one can tell me to get to work. I fought whoever the UFC has given me. I've not ducked fights. I've said yes, and in my opinion, I've done the UFC a favour taking the Pico fight on 3 weeks' notice. A dangerous guy. I believe he's top 5 in the division for sure. I feel like he's one of the best there, and I went out and knocked him out. So no one can tell me to get to work. I'm working, bro, and I'm ready to go again. Do
you think if Pico would have beaten you in August that he would have gotten a title?
Bro, you don't need to ask that. You know that, and I know that. They're promoting him like he's the champion already.
Yeah.
We all know that, and it's like that's what's unfair. But like I said, I'm ready to fight. I'm here to fight. I'm here to challenge myself. I love fighting and I love challenging myself. So the next challenge will come. The only thing I'm pissed about, like I said, is not getting the opportunity to fight against Volkanovski. I know he's going to retire after this. So I've always wanted to, since I got signed to the UFC in 2019, my goal was to go Volkanovski. That's when he become champion. So the last 6 years, I know he got beat by Topuria, but the last 6 years, my aim's been Volkanovski. I need to get to that level. That's my goal. That's been repeating in my head when I'm training, whatever. But to get that's the only thing I'm bothered about. I'm not bothered about the money and whatnot. I want to fight against Volkanovski. I want to say I beat Volkanovski. That's it.
I wonder how you feel about him in the aftermath, because after your win, he tweeted, I'll see you in December. Not a lot of champions do that. We spoke about that. There's the tweet and there's your reaction. And I'm not sure if you've seen, but even on his YouTube channel, he reacted saying he thought it was going to be you or Movsar. And it seems like even he's kind of struggling with how things, from your perspective, I was like, I know you want to fight him and beat him, but I wonder if your respect grew for him because I feel like he's really handling this the right way.
Bro, of course I respect Volkanovski. Like, when I say I want to fight him and beat him, that's nothing personal. That's because he's the best. He's the guy at the top of the hill. I've got plenty of respect for Volkanovski, and even him calling me out saying he wants to fight me after I beat Pico, that just shows the true champion. He wants to fight the best next up and comer, and he already beat Diego, so to call out me and Mosa, I believe they're the hardest fights in the division right now. So, yeah.
So since this has come out, do you have any indication as to what they have planned for you?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm waiting for some news. I thought it was going to be Volkanovski. It's not Volkanovski, so let's see who they come with. I feel like the whole division's shouting my name, and for me, it's a kick up the arse because I feel like these guys must think, because I don't know, these guys must think I'm an easy ticket to the title, but they're going to get a rude awakening. I'm telling you, I've got fire lit under me, and I'm ready to kill. Simple.
I feel like, okay, now that you're not getting it, there's only one fight to make, and it has to be you versus Movsar, #1 contender fight. How do you feel about that?
Like I said, I'm willing to fight anybody. Whoever the UFC give me, I will fight. But come on, Movsar, he's showed up for 45% of his fights. He's had 20 book fights and showed up for, I can't remember whatever 45% is. So it's like, yeah, like I said, if the UFC book it, then we'll fight. We'll do a 5-rounder. I believe I'm the best in the division right now, so I've got to go and prove that, and I'll fight anybody.
Did you see that tweet from him? I wasn't sure if he was talking about Leon Edwards or Lerone Murphy there, because he called you Leon Murphy, but he said, I will give you the opportunity to fight the #1 contender. Tell your people you're ready to fight me on the same card.
Let me ask you a quick, how is he the #1 contender when he pulled out of the fight? I'm the #1 contender. I won his fight. That he was scared of. Look at his record, yeah? Every tough fight he's pulled out of. He's not gone there to fight any tough guys been matched against. Topuria, he pulled out of. There's plenty more. So you can't say he's the #1 contender. I'm the #1 contender. And you've got Aljamain Sterling calling me out. You've got guys that have not even fought in the UFC yet calling me out. You've got guys that have not even ranked calling me out. It's crazy. But let's go.
What do you make of Aljo? Does that one interest you more?
I wouldn't say more, but it interests me because he was the champion and he shows up. He shows up to fight. Would it be an exciting fight? Yeah, when I knock him out. Let's do a 5-rounder. If we're gonna fight any of these guys, any name, let's do 5 rounds.
Okay. So you don't want to, or I guess I was gonna say you don't want to be necessarily on that same card, but I guess it could be the co-main event 5 rounds, right? Would you want to be on that card in Sydney just in case something happens?
Like I said, I'll do whatever in it, but the main goal is to become champion in it, so I've got to do what I've got to do, but preferably not really. Who wants to go all the way to Australia if it's not for the title? But yeah, like I said, I'll fight in it. I prefer to do the UK.
Okay.
I prefer to do the UK if I've got the opportunity to do so.
That historically, that's in March. Would you be okay waiting until March at this point?
This is another sticky one for me because I come out of the last fight unscathed and was ready to go in October, November, December, whenever it was. So I've kind of been ticking over waiting for that, and then to not fight until March, it's a long time. What's that, 7 months or something? I want to get active now and I want to fight regularly.
I asked you about a couple of names there. Is there a name that interests you most? Is there a name that you would like to actually fight as opposed to the names that I mentioned?
Anybody in the top 5. Anybody in the top 5, really. Who have you got in there? You've got Yair in there. I think he's injured. So I heard. Who else is in there?
This is the top 5 right here. So Movsar is up there. Diego's 2. Yair is 3. What about you under Yair there? How do you feel about that?
Under him?
Yeah, like you're fourth and he's
Bro,
third.
To be honest, the rankings mean nothing. And we've seen that. They mean nothing. All it is to sell fights. It means nothing. You've seen guys go from 12 to fight number 2 when it's over content. Like, it means nothing, innit? So the only reason I want to fight somebody in the top 5 is because it's merit in it, and you see the fans say it, or you're not being known in the top 5, whatever. But and I feel like the fans choose the fights, really, innit?
Mm-hmm. How do you actually think the Volkanovski Lopez fight goes? We saw it in April. Do you think it goes the same way, Volk winning, or do you think this will be different?
I think it goes exactly the same way. I think Lopez has done it before now, so I think he's has to push the pace earlier. But I believe it goes the same way. I don't care who wins, but I want Volkanovski to win because of the goal, and I feel like he's been stuck in.
I mean, regardless, it has to be one more and then the belt, right? There's no way that you're going to fight like multiple more before the belt, no?
Who knows? Who knows at this point? I don't know. But I believe if I go out there and perform the way I know I can perform, I believe that I've not even shown my best yet. I've shown glimpses. And I feel like what I've been working on since the fight is just getting in that zone earlier, and I believe I'm just getting into my prime now, and I believe I'm going to show my best, and I'm going to be undeniable after the next fight.
Is this at all deflating for you? I know we're catching you now several days after the announcement, but did you have a moment where you were kind of down about everything?
Yeah, do you know what? When I first found out, do you know what? I fell out of love with it for a bit. I'm not going to lie. It's like I got into MMA because I thought there's no politics here. I thought it was just simply do the work, the best fight the best, and that's the way it goes. But that's what hurt me the most a bit. But it's like at the end of it, and then I kind of thought it over, and it's like, get over it. It is what it is. It's business. Just keep fighting, keep doing what you're doing, keep winning, and we'll get there eventually. And I think it's inevitable that it's going to happen. And I know I'm going to be champion. And my road's never been easy from the get-go. From being a kid, my road's never been easy in it. So I'm used to this.
I've seen you training Andrew Tate as of late. He's got his fight on December 20th. How did that come about?
Through Luke, my friend Luke Barnett, he invited me out. He thought I could help out a bit, so I got out there. It was good, man. I enjoyed it. I've done a bit of sparring, held a bit of pads, give my little 2 pence where I could, and yeah, it's good. It's good experience.
How's he looking?
He's looking good. He's looking good. He's very, very awkward. He hits hard. And he's got good cardio as well. I think he's going to stop this kid.
Wow. Do you think that he can actually have a run as a pro boxer, or do you think it will be more of these types of fights, these influencer type of fights?
I don't know. I don't know what I don't think he has to fight. I think he's rich enough to not fight. I think he's just doing it for his own himself and just challenging himself. So I don't think he's going to make a career back out of it. But I think he's going to go out there, beat this guy, prove something to himself and the world and whatnot. And then I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know.
Okay. Will you be in his corner?
No, I won't be in his corner. I was just there to just help, but I've got my own stuff going on. I'm gonna get a fight booked soon. Hopefully, I'll be in fight camp from next week.
Okay. Oh wow. So that soon? You think you'll find out something in the next few days?
Bro, I've been waiting for months.
Yeah.
And now the championship fight's been made. There's plenty of other contenders to be matched with. Like I said, a lot of people are calling me out. So it's time to get ready. Time to get ready for another war, and I'm going to show these guys. Trust me, I'm going to show these guys.
I thought maybe because things didn't go your way here, you'd focus on paddle in the Olympic Games, if that was going to be the route for you.
I'm not a quitter, bro. I'm not a quitter, and something like this can't hold me back from greatness. I'm destined for it, man. It's my destiny. So I'm back on the horse.
It is interesting. It does feel like every few years there's that one guy. You know, we just spoke to Tony Ferguson. He was that guy. Leon Edwards was that guy. Bilal Muhammad was that guy who just has to do a little bit more. But eventually it feels like when they do get that shot, they get the belt. They end up winning it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it does feel like every few years there's that guy who maybe isn't the most, brash or outspoken or biggest trash talker, has to scratch and claw just a little bit more. But when they do get there, it does feel like it goes their way.
Maybe I'm that guy. Like I said, I'm not the loudest guy in the room, but I'm the most dangerous guy in the room always. And I'm gonna show these guys, bro. And when the next guy gets in with me, they're gonna see we're gonna see a different beast again. I feel like I've leveled up mentally, and I want it more than ever. So the next guy is in for a rude one. Trust me.
One more, a fight that was announced in your weight class: John Silva, the aforementioned, against Arnold Allen. What do you think of that fight? Who do you like in that one?
Bro, it's an excellent matchup. That it's a great fight. Great fight. And he's had time out. Does that play a factor? Gene's just been knocked out. Does that play a factor? There's a lot of factors that go into fighting. I think Gene Silva's a great fighter, very aggressive, and so is Arnold. So it's a 50-50 fight for me. 50-50. Okay.
Yeah, and your teammate Atiba Gauthier on that card too, the one that was just announced. That guy is an absolute stud as well. All great things happening, it seems, from that area of the UK, Manchester, producing a lot of great fighters. So you're handling this very well. Kudos to you, my friend. Keep your head up. It will all work out.
Yep.
And do you feel deep down inside, last thing, this time next year, 2026, December of 2026, Are you the champion of the world? Have you fought for the belt yet? How do you feel the next 365 go for you?
Anything is possible. Anything can happen. But I always think the best outcomes, and I believe I'm going to be champion. As long as they don't make me fight 5 more fights, I'm going to be champion. I'll beat the next guy, knock the next guy out, and then I'll fight for the title in the summer, I think. Like I said, I want to be active. My dream was, in the perfect world, was to fight Volkanovski in December, beat him, and then defend it in the UK in March, but didn't go my way. So yeah, we'll fight in February, March, whatever, win then, and then fight for the belt in probably, International Fight Week, or fight for the belt then, or whatever.
All right. That's a good plan. I look forward to it. Thank you, Lerone. Appreciate it very much. Much respect, and good luck to you. Thanks so much for coming on and talking about all this.
Thank you. Respect, bro.
There he is, the great Lerone Murphy, the Miracle. Tough spot, but other fighters have been here before. And by the way, one fighter that I didn't mention who had to scratch and claw and work a little harder, Merab Dvalishvili, who is the man who's now fighting 4 times in a calendar year, defending his title 4 times in a calendar year, which is absurd. He actually posted on his threads recently. Look at this. Hard work pays off. This is Merab not that long ago. Look at this guy. And this is now one of the most popular and best fighters in the world. Look at this guy. Who would have thought you'd have seen this guy working, in construction in New York, a day that kind of looks like today. And now look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Let me tell you something. If Merab wins on Saturday, fight of the year debate over. 4 title defenses in a calendar year, absurd. May never see that again. Unbelievable. Merab's cutting weight right now. He's hanging with the boys. He's got a whole crew of Georgian fighters living at his house, he told us. And this is him trying to get I don't know, I wasn't sure if it was is that a pineapple green olives? I'm not sure, but he's smelling it while eating cucumber and lettuce. I mean, this is just torture. Smelling it. And I don't think this is like a gag. I think he's actually Why would you? His boys are like, yeah. Them's the breaks. That's not very nice. Look at this one. He's like, let me smell this. Look at that. This is a nice pizza. Would you do that? I don't know if I could handle it. I don't think I have. I mean, he's way stronger than I am mentally. I don't think that I have the mental fortitude to do something like that. To smell the pizza while eating the cucumber and lettuce, that's next level. That's why he's one of the greatest of all time. That is strength. That is mental strength. That is discipline.
Alpha.
Yeah, that is alpha. That is discipline. Great job, Maram. Looking forward to his return. I am also looking forward. Well, I said this a few weeks ago. One of my most anticipated fights of 2026, and we didn't know at the time when, where, all that stuff. Amanda Nunes, Kayla Harrison, Amanda Nunes, women's bantamweight title, because you don't, like, this is a promoter's dream. You don't get these types of fights often. Like, they don't just fall in your lap. Former teammates, two-time Olympic gold medalist, GOAT, teammates, leave, 55, 45, 35, win the belt, come out of retirement. I mean, this is literally a promoter's dream. And so we are finally getting it. January 24th, UFC 324, T-Mobile, Las Vegas, first Paramount Plus card. And I have told you how I feel about the card, and I've told you how I feel about its placement on the card. Ultimately, my opinion does not matter. Ultimately, the most important opinion is that of the champion. And so without further ado, let us speak to the champion who will be defending her title on January 24th, the one and only Kayla Harrison. There she is. Hello, Kayla. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you, Ariel?
I'm so happy to see you because I actually, for the first time ever knowing you, I was actually worried you weren't going to show up, and I'll tell you why. It is easier to get in touch with the President of the United States than it is to get in touch with you these days. I mean, I can't even get a double tap these days on my text. I can't even get a response. So I thought, like, I didn't think that you were mad at me or anything. I just thought you were going to forget and do something else and not check your phone. Why are you so elusive these days?
I'm just living in the moment.
You are.
Like, I'm not on my phone. I'm unplugged. I deleted social media off my phone.
Wow.
I'm just living my best life.
When did you do that?
After I won the belt.
Okay. And why did you do that?
I mean, number one, because I think that mental health, like, definitely being on a device, like locked into a screen all day and like checking it constantly and like looking at what people say about you who've never met you. And like, I just think it's not good for your mental health. And number two, like, the real world is so much better than everything online. Like, if you actually just stop and like go outside and like touch grass, it's way better than watching a video of other people touching grass.
100%. By the way, I feel like you're going to agree with me on this because I have a debate with the guys on the show and whatnot. How old is your oldest right now?
She's 12.
12. Have you given her a cell phone?
No.
Okay, so my son is 13. Last kid left in his grade without a cell phone. And he's getting...
Let's go!
Yes,
stay strong.
I'm staying strong, but I got to say I'm barely holding on because he's giving me like the puppy dog. So what age? What age do you believe in? Because I wish it could be 16.
When you can drive a car, then maybe you can have a phone.
Wow. Okay, so you're going to go to like 18.
I'm going to go to maybe 16. I'm going to hold out
16?
for as long as I can.
Okay. Is she giving you issues?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, she's also homeschooled though, and all of the other homeschool kids don't have phones. So it's like, we don't have the peer pressure as much as you guys do, for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, I knew we'd be on the same.
No, every single Christmas, birthday, she's always asking for a phone. And I'm just like, go fly a kite.
By the way, speaking of Christmas, I'm noticing like you're very spiritual right now. I mean, the necklace is beautiful. Your sweatshirt literally says spiritual gangster. A bunch of crosses. Like, have you gone more into the religion?
Well, we're just in my room.
I love it, by the way. I'm a religious person myself. I feel like it's I mean, the sweatshirt, it feels like, are you leaning more into it, or is this always been
I would say that religion is man-made and that's broken, but my faith is very strong.
Okay. But what about like your observance? Has it become more prevalent in your life?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, once. Yeah, I think that it is the thing in my life now, like my relationship with God is first and everything else comes second.
I love it. Well, second then I guess would be your date on January 24th.
Well, second would be my kids, but.
Well, yeah, geez, I tried to make a good transition there, but I put it all as one, but yes, you're right. That's just your job. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, as you may or may not have heard. But can I just ask, when did you find out that you are fighting on January 24th?
I mean, like it was, it was in talks for a while, but I didn't really know you never know until they announce it. I feel like, like I don't count my eggs before they're hatched. So.
Okay. Did you always know that like the card would be like this, that you guys would be co-main event to the interim title, or did you find out like us?
No, I mean, I think I knew maybe one day before you.
Okay. And what was your reaction?
I'm pumped. I'm a big Justin Gaethje fan.
So you didn't feel so what I said was I felt like it was an insult to you as champion.
Oh,
and
just can't help it.
Why? No. I believe in the sanctity of the belt. I believe in the sanctity.
I have a bone. Okay, first of all, I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Why are you always talking so much shit about Ali?
Me.
You.
I'm the bad guy here. I'm the bad guy in this equation.
You.
Wow.
First of all.
Yes.
First of all.
I didn't think we were going to talk about this, but all right, go ahead.
Number one.
Yes.
Number one, Ariel, is always to kill it with kindness.
Amen.
Okay? That's
Amen.
My kids. That's what I try to preach. That's how I try to live. Number two. Nobody's even talking about him. It's only you. You always.
That's so not true. That's literally the opposite of the truth. No one's talking about him. Ali did more interviews after Islam's win than Islam and everyone else on the card combined. He did like a whole media tour. You know, in the back where they have the step and repeat and they interview you guys, he was the one doing the interviews, and I'm the one. He's literally the one doing. I've never seen a manager do more media than him.
My God.
So my point is, if you're going to do that much media, expect people to talk about you. If you don't want people to talk about you, don't do the media. Just disappear like everyone else. No one else does media except for him. He wants this. He wants it. What are you talking about when I said that he has main character syndrome, when he wants to be the guy to roll with Aiden Ross, when he's got like a room full?
I just don't understand why you have to even bring it up. Like, just let it. Why can't you guys just leave each other alone? You don't even have to like each other anymore. I've given up on that. Like, you don't have to like come to terms and make amends. But why can't you guys just leave each other alone?
By the way,
just do that
I say it out of love. I say it out of love. If he walked into my studio right now, I would shake his hand. I would say, great to see you. How's life? How's your family? How's everyone? Let's have a chat. There was a guy named Tony Khan, the head of AEW.
Yes, I saw Tony come on. I saw.
In a million years, I never would have thought this guy would come on. He hated me.
Wait, why? Because you guys had beef?
We had beef. Big beef, yes.
Who do you not have beef with, Eric?
Not that many people, but the point is, when it's beef, it gets magnified. Okay, it gets magnified more often than not. I mean, look at all the big names that come on this program, including you. And I want this to be about you and not me. But Tony came in, we shook hands, we made amends, we hugged, and all was good. That's what grown-ups do. So why can't he do that?
Don't do that.
What?
See, don't do that.
What?
Don't say why can't. Don't use I statements, not you statements.
I would be more than happy to do it.
I would love to make amends and have a talk with Ali. Don't say you or we. Why don't
Kayla, now let's be honest. You know that I've said this multiple times. You know I've said this to you. You know that.
Yeah.
I've said this to you. I've said call him. I've said I would go to Las Vegas and shake everyone's hand and make amends and say that there's only one life that we get to live, and life is too short for all of this nonsense. He doesn't want to. He made a deal with a higher being, and it was a nonsense deal, and made a promise saying, hey boss, I won't let my guys go on your show, and you give me good things as a result. This is the truth. So if we want to talk about the truth, that is the truth. I have said repeatedly that I would stop, and then yet he goes on social media and talks about my nose and talks about that I don't get invited to the events, all this nonsense. He makes it personal. I don't talk about it.
I haven't seen anything that he said about you.
Okay, so
I believe you. I just want you guys to stop. Can you guys just stop talking about each other?
I can't promise that. You know why? Because when you are that influential and important in the sport, which he is very influential and important. What do you want me to do? Not talk about him? He is an important, influential person in the sport, and it's my job to talk about important and influential people in the sport. So that's a credit to him, by the way. That's a testament to him. I can't just ignore it, because then I'm being a bad journalist. When I'm letting my personal feelings dictate my coverage, then I'm being biased.
I agree. All right. Well, you know what? I'll just keep asking Santa for world peace, and we'll see if it ever comes.
But have I not said this to you multiple times?
No, you've definitely said it to me multiple times that you would happily
on the show and off the show. We've talked about this off the show, right? I've said this to you.
No, we've talked about it off the show.
Yeah, me and you. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I just want
peace and love.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's so silly to me. It's so silly.
I have also said that I feel like grudges and beefs and all this stuff are like cancers that grow in your body and make you sick. I believe this. I really do believe this. I would love nothing more. I'm not the one making a ceasefire here and saying, oh, we're not going to talk to each other. They established that, not me. I'm out here trying to live my life and cover the sport, a sport that I care so much about, to the point that I get fired up on Thanksgiving that you're not fighting in the main event because I care about the sanctity of the sport. I care.
You were fired up, weren't you?
I was fired up. And so I feel offended on your behalf and Amanda's behalf. You guys, the undisputed title.
I think that the belt is, it's not about me and it's not about Amanda. I think it's about the belt. Like that should mean something.
This should mean something too. It's not just about the belt.
For sure.
This is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist going up against the greatest of all time. That is, if that's not a main event, I don't know what is. I'm sorry. And what is main eventing is a fake belt that doesn't even feature a number one contender. The number one contender is Arman Sarukian. How is that possible? That stuff matters to me. Just like promos matter and posters matter, all these things matter. This is the sport.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
You do? Okay, so do you share?
I mean, I agree that these things matter. Does it matter to me? Not in the way that matters to you.
So there was no part where you like pondered you're like, oh, that's strange. Like you just like, all right, cool. January 24th, I'll see you there.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I have been patiently waiting for a date and like to confirm that this fight is going to happen. So like the bout order is irrelevant to me.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor the point.
I'm just being honest.
No, I appreciate that.
You know, I make jokes all the time where I'm like, I would fight on the prelims just because it's like more conducive to the time I go to bed. You know, like I'm a mom, like I'm in bed at 9 p.m. So fighting although it's going to be in Vegas, so it won't be that late, which is good.
Yeah, now that did you hear the news? The main cards now start an hour earlier.
At 9.
Isn't that amazing?
No, I'm so happy.
By the way, for someone who doesn't have social media, you seem to be really up on the news.
What do you mean?
I mean, how did you know that?
That it starts at 9?
Yeah.
I saw it.
How?
On social media.
Wait, I thought you don't have social media.
Yeah, I have it on my laptop.
Oh, you go on your laptop.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you just like sit down, check it, and then move on.
I mean, yeah, literally. I'll check it. I'll look, see if there's anything important. There's never is. And then back to life.
What about your screen time?
What about it?
How is it? Like, are you under an hour?
Probably.
Wow. That's incredible. That's my dream.
You'll never get there.
No. I'm like 10 hours.
I'm at an hour and 17.
Wow. That might be your most impressive achievement. Well done.
You'll never get under an hour. I don't even know how many phones do you have?
Pathetic. I only have one. I'm not one of these weirdos with multiple phones, but I'm at 11 or so.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah. But
No.
I have a bone to pick with it because like if I do Google Maps and go on an hour drive, that counts as an hour.
Yeah.
So it's not really fair.
But is that what happened today?
Yeah, literally. I use Google Maps to come to work to know like which route to take.
So you're at 10 hours.
And then the way back is 9. Listen to music. That's another 30, 40 minutes. I go for my morning run. That's another hour.
You run in the morning?
Yeah.
Let's go. I don't know if running makes those bigger, but
I'll send you some of my sparring footage. I've been sparring lately.
No, you haven't.
I swear. If you ever see my text, I'll send it to you, and there'll be one waiting for you in about like an hour or so when we're done. What do you think? Why? You think that's crazy? I got these guys. I had Kamaru Usman say I don't have G14 classification. I can't talk about him. So now I have to talk about it and be about it.
You are not sparring.
All right, I'll show you. Can we make this about you?
You're a father.
Yeah, I know, but I need some street cred. This is a huge fight. How do we feel about the cut to 135?
I feel good. I feel locked in. I mean, this is my job, so I'm about 159 pounds.
Okay. Is it possible 2026 is your last year competing at this level? Because I could see a scenario, Amanda, White House, what else is there to do?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I definitely... yeah, I'll know when it's time. But right now, the focus is Amanda. January 24th, the GOAT gets dethroned. Yeah.
Was there any talk about making this on the White House card?
I don't think so.
Too far away.
Yeah. I mean, I just would have fought again before that if we were going to do that,
Okay. Is this fight personal?
Not for me.
Nothing?
No, I can't. I don't really feel anything personal. It's just like, I mean, we've been talking about, there have been two people who my name has been linked to since before I had an MMA fight. And that was Amanda Nunes and Chris Cyborg. So I'm living in my dreams right now. I started MMA 8 years ago. The goal was to become the best and to see how high I could climb, to see if I could get to that level. And I'm here and I'm making my dreams come true. And there's something super peaceful about living in your purpose and using your gifts and walking your path. And I'm just like, I'm living my best life, dude.
I love it. I could feel it. By the way, I would add maybe one more name to that list. You were kind of compared or in the conversation with Ronda as well, right?
Yeah.
Actually, a news story came out today from Boxing Scene that she's in talks to fight Katie Taylor in boxing next summer.
Stop it.
Yeah.
No.
Have you been seeing her train? It seems like she's like gearing up for a comeback.
Yeah, I saw some videos, and then what did she say? Like, I'm the best. Of course, that's why they think I'm. Yeah, I saw some stuff.
How do you feel about that?
I'm the greatest.
Would that be a dream for you? Wouldn't that be some story, huh? No?
Yeah, that'd be some free money, but yeah.
Do you think she's coming back? Have you inquired?
No, I mean we're not friends.
No, but maybe you ask around like to the brass, like, hey, is this a thing?
If I was gonna ask someone for the scoop, for the tea, I would ask you.
Yeah, take that, Ali. Take that. No, I'm kidding. Well, I think
you can't do it.
It's a real thing, by the way. It is a real thing. She is planning on coming back.
Shut up! Really?
100%.
Who's she gonna fight?
Well, there was actually some talk of her.
She's not gonna fight Katie Taylor in boxing.
There was some.
If you
talk
said
of her.
MMA, I'd say okay.
Gina Carano.
Really?
No, but by the way, the Katie thing is real too.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you, it is. Whether it happens, I don't know. But she is seriously training for a comeback.
I love this. Holy shit, dude! Really?
Yeah. You're in.
Sometimes I can't even write.
It sounds like you're in. Yeah.
It's too poetic.
Here she is. This is.
Play this clip. You
what?
Son of a bitch!
I didn't.
Oh my god!
What is this, guys? This is not. Who played this? What is happening here?
Guess what? Now you'll never have me on the show.
No, by the way, I have no idea. Is that you?
That's me on the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, that's messed up. That's the. You think I'm controlling the B-roll? You think I'm controlling this?
What a little nugget I was.
What year is that? No, guys, stop with the clips.
No, it doesn't bother
Oh,
me.
okay. I actually thought you were offended.
No, I don't care.
I
mean, it's me losing, but I'm like, every time people, so like, obviously when people talk about us fighting, they bring up like Ronda, all the Ronda, like, what are they called? Simps? Is that what the kids call it, a simp? All the Ronda simps are like, she already beat her twice in judo. And I'm like, I just want to be like, yeah, well, I was 13 and I was being molested, so.
Oh, dear. Are you 13 in that clip?
No, I'm probably like 14 or 15.
Wow. And how old is she?
I don't know, 18 or 19.
Ah, that's not fair.
It's fair. I mean, we're in the same weight class.
I know, but like she's like almost 20 years old. You're still a teenager.
I mean, she beat me.
All right.
I have no, like, I'm woman enough to admit when I get beat. She beat me.
So this would be a trilogy.
Yes.
I could see the promotional poster now. Kayla, Ronda 3. This time they're both women. Like, that didn't really work.
No,
I just be like, you're a teenager and now you're like a.
Now all the people who say I'm a man are.
No,
Thanks a lot. Thanks
No,
a
that's
lot.
not.
Oh,
I
wow.
can't.
You are slaying today.
I can't believe your mind even went there.
First you play a clip of me getting my ass. Now you're calling me a man. What's
I did
next?
not. I would never. You know I'm your biggest fan, and that's why I'm sticking my reputation on this, on the disrespect.
Yeah.
Amanda won't come on my show. I don't know why. I think it's
really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I think it's because of you.
Me?
I think she thinks I'm Team Kayla. See, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't.
I mean, everybody knows you're Team Kayla, Ariel.
I know, and they try to stop it. The powers that be try to stop it. Do you think I should come to the fight? Do you think I should be there? Feels like this is the one to go to.
I mean, if you're going to make a comeback, this is the one to be at. I'm telling you right now.
The two goats coming back on the same night?
Don't make me snore.
So what about the training? When's the last time you actually trained with Amanda?
Years ago. I mean, I think before her first Juliana fight.
Oh, that's actually not that long ago.
Is it? When is it? When was it?
I mean, first Juliana fight, was it UFC? What was it?
All I remember was I was in Vegas and she lost. Yeah, she lost and Dustin lost in the same night, and it was just a bad night for ATT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have any sense of her because of the time you trained together? Do you have any sort of knowledge? 2021, by the way, was that fight?
I mean, no. I think that like we both have our skill set. We both have game plans, and the object of a fight is to go out there and implement your game plan to the best of your ability. Be the person who makes one less mistake. You know, it's not rocket science, and it's also it's human chess. So we both got to go out there and try our best.
Do you think it's personal for her?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I think that she retired and I don't know, maybe got bored, or I don't know what happened, but she said that this excites her. So I'm excited that she's excited.
I mean, this is great. It's great for you. It's great for the sport. Did you always know she was coming back?
It couldn't be better. It couldn't be better.
Yeah. Did you always know she was coming back? Like, did you always suspect that she's going to come back at some point?
No. I mean, I definitely didn't know. We don't talk anymore, obviously.
Sure.
So, yeah, when she said that she was going to come back, I was pumped. Because I thought when she retired, she retired.
Did you ever have a relationship where you guys talked, hung out?
I mean, we were definitely friendly. Like, we didn't train a ton, but we did train some. And, you know, I always looked up to Amanda, respected her. Yeah, we were friends. You know, she came to my son's birthday party. I went to her daughter's birthday party. You know, like it wasn't.
Wow.
There was no drama or beef or anything. At least not on my end. Like, it's not. Yeah, I have nothing but respect for her. I don't. You know, I've spoken publicly about this before, but I don't appreciate the way she left ATT and some of the remarks and insinuations she made about the team. But she's never done anything to me personally. So,
did she just like leave one day, or did you see it coming? Like, were there signs?
I was surprised.
Okay.
I think everybody else wasn't surprised, but I just also like can't imagine. Yeah, I've never Big Jim is still in my corner. You know, I have never had a fight outside of ATT. My 3 coaches, Mike, Anderson, and Mako, are still the coaches in my corner. Like, I can't imagine leaving or fighting somewhere else. But yeah, it just didn't sit well with me. Like, at the end of the day, we get in a cage and we, like, it's our dream, it's our job, it's our fight. So, like, when things go wrong or whatever, it's on us. It's not on the team. It's not on anybody but us. Like, that's my opinion.
Those 3 coaches, did they ever corner her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they definitely have intel. Do you feel like that's going to help you?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
How do you feel like this plays out? What are you suspecting? What are you feeling at this point in time? I know we're still a little over a little less than 2 months away.
How does the fight play out?
Yeah, how are you seeing it playing out? How are you feeling?
You know, I think she's going to come out hard, and I think I'm going to break her. I think 1 minute at a time, 1 round at a time, 1 exchange at a time, 1 breath at a time. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be smart, be calm, cool, collected, and I'm going to instill my will, and I'm 1 takedown away every fight.
And what's this talk about Valentina Shevchenko?
I know. I saw her on your show.
Oh, wow. You still keep up.
I mean, sometimes.
So do you want to fight her after this one? Is that the hope?
Yeah, I would love to.
Did you see Amanda weigh in the comments saying that she'll come down to 125 after she beats you?
I did not see that.
Oh, you didn't?
No. She said that? She said 125?
I think so, right? Unless I
mean, I'm hoping she makes one. I'm not convinced she makes 135.
Are you worried about this?
I'm not worried, but I've definitely, like, you know, we've seen her pull out of main events before. We've seen her have issues and struggles. So I'm mentally preparing for me to be disciplined and do my job, and for her to not.
Was there any talk of doing this at 45?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I know that was discussed at the beginning. I think it was Ali who was trying to campaign for that.
Yeah, I would have loved that.
Okay.
Know, for sure.
Was it ever presented to them just to make it easier for both of you?
I don't know.
Okay. Man, I can't. What about Larissa Pacheco?
What about her?
Are you surprised she's gone from PFL?
Dude, what happened?
I don't know.
You know all the tea.
Well, by the way, what I do know is I heard she's not signing with the UFC.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't think she can make 135.
Yeah, can she?
No. So, like, what's the point?
Yeah.
But it's surprising that they would part ways. It just didn't seem.
Why did she get cut, or did she ask to be let out of her contract?
I haven't gotten a good answer on that.
Interesting. Huh.
Is that one you want back?
Eh.
No.
I mean, I've already beaten her twice.
Sure.
It doesn't excite me, but I would do it.
What did you think of Valentina's win?
Beast, bro.
Were you expecting that kind of dominance?
She's a legend.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you have her in the GOAT talk as well, you know,
Sure.
like easily. I was surprised. Yeah. I was surprised. Not like to discredit her. I just thought, first of all, how old is she?
Valentina, I think she's 37 off the top of my head.
So like father time waits for no woman, you know? So I was like, I just didn't know if she was going to start to slow down. I was interested to see how much strength and power Wei Li would have. I also remember Wei Li's fight with Joanna, and I was, you know, that was one of the greatest fights of all time, maybe the greatest female fight. And so there was just a lot at play, and I was very excited to see it. And I mean, this is like, I mean, just an absolute masterclass, and school is in session, and like, yeah, so it's just so impressive.
Is Kayla Harrison the greatest of all time if she wins on January 24th?
I mean, you know, it's so subjective. I will be happy. I'm already happy and at peace with my career. I have nothing left to prove to anyone. I'm doing this because I love it. And the goal is always like, you know, let's say that it's not subjective and I am the greatest of all time. Like, the goal is not to be the greatest of all time for all time, you know? Like, I just want to get there. And then maybe it's a month later, maybe it's a week later, maybe it's a year later, there's going to be some other girl who surpasses all of the things that I did. And now she's standing on top of my shoulders, and now she's the greatest of all time. And that, you know, like the goal is never to just be like all about me. I'm the best forever and ever and ever. Amen. Like, it's just a challenge, and it's just to see how high I can go, and to continue to pave the way for the future generations.
I love that. You once called yourself the uncrowned champion. And if you don't get that recognition, I know you did that because of our new venture, Uncrowned. There's the crown right over there. You'd be the uncrowned GOAT.
Yeah. Oh, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Uncrowned.
As a little nod.
That's what I'll say this camp. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. By the way, here's the visual proof.
It doesn't sound as good as Uncrowned.
I know. It doesn't sound as good. I'm in agreement. By the way, this is it. This is the visual proof. MMA Fighting had Dana White gives his immediate reaction to Valentina Shevchenko's dominant win over Zhang Weili at 322. I thought Weili would be much stronger and do better in the fight than she did. Amanda writes, after I beat KH, that's you, I'm going to go down to 125, take this belt.
Oh, is it AH? Is
for
it
Collection 2. You see? There it is. There's the proof.
I mean, that's funny. I think, you know, sometimes Amanda just likes to be in the mix. This is what all fighters do.
Okay.
They say outlandish things.
What's the crazier thought? Her making 125 or her beating you?
I mean, I think she's got a better chance of making 125 than
Oh my dude. What do you think? What's the outcome? What's the finish? Oh, ground and pound. Damn. Felt that. I'm happy they booked this on the 24th, Kayla, because I'm going to the Olympics in February, just like you. Second time.
Shut up. Really?
Second time. Now winter.
Let's
Something
go.
you didn't do.
I mean, I don't even, dude, Winter Olympics is like, you know, the step.
Wow.
Where is it?
You don't even know?
I'm kidding.
Wow.
No, I really don't know where it is, but.
It's in Milano Cortina. Italia.
Oh, Italy.
Milano. You have to say it like that. Milano Cortina. I'm going to be there. Yes, I'm going to be there in the mountains for 3 weeks in Livigno, covering the great Canadian athletes.
Are you commentating again?
Yes, I have a show, a nightly show, Olympics Tonight on the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Dude, look at you.
Look at us. So for all these people who say I'm not qualified, you think covering the Olympics makes me qualified as a journalist or no?
Top tier.
You would think. I mean, still don't get that respect.
Oh, you see, but this is okay. Can I give you some advice?
Please.
Can I give you some advice?
Please.
Step into your power, Ariel.
Oh.
No more victim mentality.
Okay.
No more. Just choose to say, I am qualified.
Yes.
And I know.
But I have people who are trying to.
But you don't. But fuck those people. You don't even need to think about them. Don't even acknowledge it. When you acknowledge it, you give it power. Just, I am qualified.
So I can't clap back? No 10-7?
I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm the champion. Kayla Harrison. This is my day. This is my purpose. I'm not afraid to win. Kayla Harrison, UFC champion. You want it? 1 round at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 exchange at a time, 1 breath at a time. Go get it. Ariel Helwani, the greatest journalist to ever cover MMA.
Combat sports. We're covering all combat now. Soon to the Olympics. We're doing a lot. We're not trying to pigeonhole ourselves. We're not trying to.
That's right.
limit ourselves.
We dream bigger. We dream bigger.
Okay, I appreciate that. That was good advice.
Just don't even give it. Don't give it power. Stop. You don't even need to say it, because when you say it, you give it power.
You're right.
I am a journalist. I am accredited. I am deserving of all the good things that are coming to me. And yeah, fuck the haters.
I wish we had this conversation like 90 minutes ago or so.
Why?
I might have responded some of the hate. Your friend Kamaru, Henry, they were taking shots.
Were they?
Yeah.
What did they say?
Well, now you're asking me to give it even more oxygen.
Well, I mean, okay, so let me just clarify. There's a difference between venting to your friends and not playing, but being victimized. You're only a victim if you allow yourself to be.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm the victim at all. I just feel like you're not going to strip away my accomplishments just because you say so. Just because I have an opinion, you can't say that I don't deserve to have an opinion, even though, we all know my opinion is correct. And in doing so, try to tell everyone that I don't deserve to have an opinion, that I don't have the qualifications to have an opinion, that I haven't done anything, that I'm a nobody, that I don't get invited to the events, which is nonsense, that I have a big nose and I can smell them from and go low like that. That's not classy, is that? Is that classy?
But that's what I mean. Why do you even give it breath?
Here I am. I'm not going to let people discredit me.
Right.
I'm going to stick up for myself.
I think that you don't let people discredit you by continuing to do the good work that you do and continuing to lead by example and be the change in the world that you want to see, and let your fucking proof be in your pudding. You don't need to talk about them because you're out here living your life. You're out here living out. Of course people listen. Of course people are going to talk about you.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Of course people are going to have opinions on you. Of course people are going to try and tear you down. You're in a very public role, okay? And that would be like me listening to the people who say that I'm on steroids, or that I look like a man, or that I have a big nose, or that I'm Triple H, or that's me giving them power when I talk about it. And I does it hurt my feelings? Yeah, of course. Sometimes I'm a human being, but I'm living my life out loud, and what a blessing it is for me to be doing what I love and have haters.
Oh yeah. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just responding because if you don't respond, I feel like they keep doing it. This is not important. This is not about me.
Dude, if you don't respond, they stop doing it.
The funny thing is they say my opinion doesn't matter, yet they make videos and respond to me. So if it doesn't matter, then why are you responding?
It's a vicious cycle. You guys just keep egging each other on.
We all need to come together. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. God is watching us. Kumbaya. Sing it with me now. Kumbaya. He has risen.
Christ is king.
Yes. Well, this has been wonderful. Isn't this nice?
This is lovely.
Yeah. How was your Thanksgiving, by the way?
I mean, it was good. I sparred.
Wow.
My kids went with my mom for the day to celebrate. I sparred and I did my cardio and I trained again. So
no dinner.
No, I mean, I think I had chicken tacos.
Okay.
My meal.
Not even turkey tacos.
I'm locked in, bro.
Okay. Look at you, man. I feel like you're ready to go. You kind of wish it was next week, other than the weight cut part.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I think it's going to be great. I love the fact that you guys have the honor of being on the first Paramount Plus card. You were announced during halftime of Chiefs Cowboys. Like, let's not get lost in all the negativity online. This is a big freaking deal.
Right.
Yeah?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Let's go.
Who cares about where it's placed on the card? Who cares if you're the first fight or the last fight? It's the best fight on the card. It's the most prestigious fight on the card.
Right. They don't remember where you are on the card. They remember the fight.
And the history that was made, the history, the GOAT returning against the greatest combat sports athlete in the history of combat sports. 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Would have been 3 if she wanted it to be 3. She didn't want it to be 3. She had to go win a couple of PFL titles. And then when everyone said she'd have to cut her leg off to make 135, what did she do? She made 135 with
cut her leg off and made 135.
With ease. With relative ease. And now she is the champion, the queen of the bantamweights, soon to fight the other queen of the flyweights, moving up to 135 later at the White House in front of our commander-in-chief, in front of her former classmate, or maybe not, J.D. Vance, same high school, right? Classmate or no?
No.
Older.
He's older.
Okay, but still, there's a connection there. Did you ever meet him, by the way?
Middletown Middies.
Do you ever meet him?
No, I still haven't met him.
Wow.
I know.
I'll fix
I'm
that.
like kind of bummed about that because I just feel like we would really bond over.
Hell yeah. That will happen. Around mid-June. Yeah. In conclusion, any final statement for Amanda Nunes? What would you like to say to Amanda Nunes?
Amanda, thank you. I'm so excited to share the octagon with you on January 24th. Train hard. Be safe. Stay healthy. And I'll see you soon.
Oh, boy. That's a great promo. Can I walk you out? Could I be a part of the entourage?
Walk me. Oh. I was like, you're going to walk me out of my room? What?
No, could I walk you out, like, be the spit
Fight
bucket?
night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine me in the outfit? It would be incredible. The Harrison on the back, the black and the gold.
It would be, you would look really cool. Do you think I'm going to get my own? How many fights?
Yes.
How many times do you have to be champ before they give you your own custom design thing?
The ruby. Oh, the shorts, like the outfit. I feel like you're there. A little red, white, and blue.
Some America.
Yeah, let's go.
I know. We'll see what happens. I'm excited.
Well, I appreciate you very much. Good luck in training. Thank you for doing this. You know it means the world. Thank you for the positivity, the light. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for the words of wisdom. We share the same to you. We send it all back to you. Good luck. Can't wait for it. Happy holidays.
Happy Hanukkah, by the way.
Oh,
When
thank
is
you.
it? Is it soon?
December 14th. Yep.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Stay out of trouble. All right?
I will. Thank you, Kayla. I will. Appreciate it. There she is, the one and only Kayla Harrison, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, multiple-time PFL champion, UFC women's bantamweight champion. How about that? What a chat. Is there anyone better than Kayla? One of the all-time best. Great job. Could you imagine me holding the bucket? Holding the bucket. Does anyone really hold the bucket in MMA? No, not really.
Yes, they do. They carry out the bucket.
It doesn't feel as prestigious.
I mean, that's disrespectful, but yeah, they carry the bucket.
Bucket extraordinaire.
Is the bucket prestigious anyway?
I feel like in boxing, there's like the spit bucket, you know? Spit in the bucket.
Yeah. It's not as prevalent,
right?
Cage, but they usually use it to like carry the gloves and other stuff, the water. Man, what an inspirational message.
Isn't she the best?
She had some words of wisdom for you.
For all of us, I think.
More for you, but yeah.
I don't know why we're getting lumped into this.
I just feel like for humanity.
Yeah. Humanity as a whole.
Yes.
But you in particular, out of the humanity.
You know, initially I was going to save the Kamaru talk for post Kayla. I squeezed it in there. It would have been very weird. Well, it would have been very weird if I would have done it now. You know?
Would you have done it now?
I would have thought twice.
Your energy might have been a little, different.
I would have said, "Come on, come here, Kamaru, come here."
Hey, you could still say that. If
love
you.
Oh, I just poked myself. Love you guys, Henry. I know you secretly love me. You're in the DMs. I know, I know, Henry.
Most inspiring thing about all that, though, is hour 17 screen time.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Who did I meet recently?
She uses social like email. She checks into it and then checks out. I love that.
I had a big period where I was off, and I used to do the same, and it actually was brilliant.
Yeah.
I had like 2 weeks in the summer where I only looked at it on my desktop. In fact, I was in Boston for Poirier Holloway 3, the retirement fight, and no social media. And I had to go on my laptop to like follow the tweets and stuff. And there was something like I felt like I was winning. You know what I mean? There was something inspirational about it. Like I felt like I was beating the system. Of course, that didn't last very long, but you know, my man.
No, you know, it's all Google Maps. Don't worry about it. You're good.
It is all Google Maps.
It's all Google Maps.
It's all the maps.
It is all the maps.
It's
Kayla
Ariel's
told
at
me
home on
the
the
hour
maps.
and 17 was an hour was maps. So
Yeah.
only 17
Kayla's-
12 hours. Knock it down. Maps.
All right.
No, that was great.
Well, I
Doesn't
appreciate.
Kayla feel like it's such a good place?
She seems in a very happy, healthy. I can't wait for that fight. Who's the favorite, by the way, in that fight?
Kayla.
Ooh, what is it?
She's like a minus 200.
Wow.
Yep.
H foul. I am curious. I mean, what? It's just such a good fight, and again, it's not. Like I said, I'm fine with Justin Patty. I just feel like that is not your typical women's title fight, if you get what I'm saying. What about this Ronda Katie Taylor stuff? You guys in?
No.
Yeah, I'm
That
not
is
in.
wild, right?
Yeah,
What could
it's a
possibly
one-sided affair.
Yeah, what could possibly bring somebody to be in?
That is, by the way, being reported by Lance Pugmire of Boxing Scene. This kind of happened in the middle of the show, so I haven't been able to really dig around. But that is something. I told you guys that she was preparing.
Yeah.
And the Gina thing is real too. So who knows?
Right, but Gina is an MMA fight with an MMA fighter or former MMA fighter. Katie Taylor in boxing is not like that's a different thing. That ain't the thing.
That's boxing with a boxer.
Yeah.
The one of the best women's boxers ever, one of the best combat sports athletes ever. Like that is a leap.
I'm going to ask about it. A couple things I wanted to also bring up. Speaking of boxing, Jake Paul has been sparring with some very notable boxers. Look at that. That's Jared Anderson on the left. Lawrence Okoli in there as well. The last time, you can see the names below. The last time when he was preparing for Tank, he was sparring with the likes of Shakur Stevenson. So, those are legit boxers. Oh. Sorry, asking people. So that is impressive. Shout out to him. Rapidly approaching. 18 days away, by the way. This thing is happening pretty damn quick. Jake Paul weighing in on the state of the Ali Act. They want to abolish the Muhammad Ali Act because they claim they want to get boxing the best, fighting the best. So why are all the fans crying foul about these new UFC fights they announced? And for sure, Harrison Nunes should be its own main event. How about that? Jake agrees with me. He also weighed in on the odds going into the Ben Whitaker fight this weekend. Whitaker was a 13-1, and apparently Jake is a 6.5-1 to beat AJ. And he said, but my fight is the mismatch that they wouldn't approve over there. Robert Smith of the British Boxing Board of Control. In case you missed it, Ben Whitaker did in fact win in his Matchroom debut, and what a win it was. Look at this. Look at this first round. All it took was less than a round. Against Gavazzi, as you see, he drops him. Gavazzi only one loss heading into this fight, 19 or so wins. Here's the finishing sequence. Oh, out cold, 45 seconds. That is just what the doctor ordered for the surgeon. Oh, look at that. Right hand from hell. That's exactly what he needed after the two Liam Cameron fights, and that's exactly what he needed in his Matchroom debut. Unfortunately, and this has become a thing, he gets online afterwards and he announces that someone robbed his house while he was out doing his thing in that ring. Take a look at this.
Highs and lows of the sports. Come back house has been burgled. But Wednesbury, I got a big reward. Find these people, let me know. They've even took my IBF belt. What are they gonna do with that? So yeah, let me know. Hit me up in the DMs. Big reward. Love.
They took his IBF belt. That is
some guys just walking around the neighborhood with the phone.
What could you do with
That's
that?
the best part.
I guess
what are you going to do with that?
Yeah. But you know, this.
What are you going to do with
this?
an IBF
Continues to be a thing, especially in Europe. But I think in America too, right?
Oh yeah.
I remember when it happened to Cyril Gahn. I'm trying to think of an American that it happened.
It has happened. It is a thing that is happening now to the athletes. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? You know, they're high profile people. You know, they will not be home.
Awful.
Advantage.
Imagine you feel good about life. You just won this fight. You knock the guy out. You come home and your house has been broken into. I guess the move is you just have to always have someone at your house if you're a famous athlete, because everyone knows that you're not home.
At least on fight day, you get a house sitter.
Yeah, we increase the security systems. You get a guard dog. You get a moat.
Oh yeah.
See what's what.
Back in
I'm here for the
February.
moat.
What's that?
I'm here for the moat. That was a good call out.
Sure. Back in February of this past year, ESPN reporting 7 men have been charged by federal prosecutors for their alleged roles in a string of burglaries at homes of prominent professional athletes. According to the complaint, the 7 men, ranging in age from 20 to 38 and all from Chile, were members of a South American theft group and are accused of stealing more than $2 million in valuables. They were charged Tuesday in Florida federal court with conspiracy to commit interstate transportation of stolen property and could face up to 10 years in prison. They allegedly stole jewelry from Bobby Portis of the Milwaukee Bucks, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, unnamed players from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Memphis Grizzlies. 3 of the men have also been charged by a federal grand jury in Cincinnati in connection to the burglary of Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow. I think his girlfriend or something was at home at the time, but he was playing. It's crazy. Awful.
Yeah, this is a thing for celebrities. There was that famous bling ring where they were stealing from like Paris Hilton and all these other celebrities as well. Like, you got a lot of stuff. People are coming.
Also, I think it also happened to Cheeto, right? Didn't it happen to Cheeto?
Cheeto did say that, yeah.
Yes. On that same card earlier in the night, our old friend, Meatball Molly. We miss you, Molly. Victorious in her second pro boxing bout. Look at Molly doing her thing out there. Bang! Left hand. Eddie Hearn saying afterwards that he thought that she was upset with her performance. It's just her second pro fight. Meatball Molly doing her thing. Very happy for her, reinventing herself. I think a lot of people thought that she'd be done. Opened up a gash over there. Swinging away. Composure. She's not trying to fight for the belt just yet. But good on her. Good on Meatball doing her thing. Getting the dub. Look, I think she was a little bit upset, but I don't think she should be. That's a solid job on her part. She's now 2-0. Her first fight, I think, was in June when she got kicked. So, much respect to her. Now, speaking of the UK fight scene, what about Tommy Aspinall? Frank didn't have that one quite. You didn't have that one
I'm like being told that we're queuing up a video, and come on.
Tom Aspinall has reemerged. Now, here's what I want to say about all of this. Tom Aspinall has posted a 12 or so minute video, his first words since the Cyril Gahn fight. Okay? You may have seen it by now. I want to play for you guys a snippet of that. And then I want to tell you some exciting news on the back end of that, all right? So Tom Aspinall yesterday on his YouTube channel, they do a great job over there, posted a snippet. It was a nice little walk and talk. Actually reminded me of my chat with John Jones when we were walking and talking in the park over there way back when, some 10 years ago, actually, November of 2015. Here's what Tom Aspinall had to say. This is just a snippet. Watch the full thing on his YouTube channel. Here it is.
I think that when it initially happened, I didn't really think much of it. I thought, accidental eye poke, whatever. Look, when I watched the fight back, that's when I really got the gist of what's going on. The guy was trying to poke my eyes out all the way through that round. multiple exchanges, nearly every exchange that I could put him in danger, he had his fingers out pointing towards my eyes. Have a look at this clip and let me know what you think, if you agree, because it's hard to disagree when you've got footage like this. The guy was cheating from the first second, and the way that he wanted to win that fight was to have me compromised by cheating.
We found a video of basically from that first round with Gann's sort of finger pokes. Just want you to watch it if you can.
2, 3, 4, 5.
So what have you just seen there?
I've just seen that every time his hand comes out, it does this. And it's wrong.
Have you heard from Cyril Gann at all, or any contact or anything post-fight?
Nope.
And your thoughts on him at the moment?
My thoughts on him, I think he's a big cheater. I think that even John Jones himself, even the GOAT himself, said before he fought him that Cyril Gann's a cheater and uses dirty tactics.
So those are harsh words for Cyril Gann, calling him a cheater. You saw Andy Aspinall weighing in as well. John Jones also posting on his social media some of the medical reports following his visit to the doctor. There you see, November 24th, 2025. Mr. Aspinall sustained significant bilateral ocular trauma during a professional sporting event in late October 2025. Immediate visual disturbance resulted in the fight being stopped. You see a lengthy diagnosis there and a summary of all the clinical findings. It continues with an overall summary which states this constitutes clinically significant bilateral ocular trauma requiring ongoing consultant-led management. Mr. Aspinall is not yet medically cleared for combat activity. Overall, the clinical picture remains consistent with the significant traumatic bilateral Brown syndrome associated with ongoing diplopia, restricted ocular motility, reduced visual function, and substantial field loss. Symptoms remain unresolved as of late November 2025. An ongoing specialist following up is required and ongoing. I can tell you this, Tom Aspinall will break his silence in his first interview since the incident, since the fight, tomorrow, live here on the program at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. in the UK. So tomorrow, live on the program, exclusive to us, Tom Aspinall's very first interview, live interview since that fight. We have also, I do believe, did we post it yet or not yet?
It's up.
We also have footage, exclusive footage to the channel of Aspinall's visit to the doctor with a specialist. Going to show you a snippet of that. There it is. We'll show you a snippet of that, and you can watch the entire thing after this here program. Here's the snippet.
So how long till I can train properly, spar?
It's a long road ahead, but the prognosis is guarded at the moment. I would recommend that you wouldn't fight until your double vision's resolved for two reasons. One, it could potentially make things worse and set you back even further, or that you're training because you're still having double vision looking into the periphery, you wouldn't be at your peak. So that's the main reason. I'm sorry that this has happened, and it's not nice. It's not nice to be in this position with lots of probably pressure coming from inside you, because I know you want to fight and I know you want to get back in there. But you have obviously noticed something. You had the courage to make that decision in a stressful environment and follow through with that decision, which has obviously been, in my view, the correct decision.
So there you have it. You can watch that full interaction right now on the channel. Go check it out after this program at your leisure. There it is right now on the YouTube channel. And again, tomorrow live on the program, exclusive live interview with the one and only Tom Aspinall, the reigning defending UFC heavyweight champion. Cannot wait for that. While I'm talking about tomorrow's show, I might as well also add that in addition to Tom Aspinall, we will have Sugar Sean O'Malley talking about his return fight on January 24th against Song Yadong. Massive fight for him. And our old friend Arnold Allen back in the mix, the almighty one, going up against John Silva. Those three guests on tomorrow's show. An absolute banger of a show, if I do say so myself. Shout out to the Booker. Shout out to the Booker.
Good job, Booker.
So please, can't wait. I want to save my full thoughts after we talk to Tom tomorrow. He weighed in on his YouTube channel on Gan, on what Dana White had to say at the post-fight press conference, on a bunch of stuff. Responded to some mean tweets and whatnot. Actually, had another clip on his YouTube channel saying that it's no more Mr. Nice Guy. It's heel Tom Aspinall now. Take a look at this.
Can we get full-time Bully Aspinall after this smear campaign? How are you going to be on the comeback?
Mate, when I come back, there is no more Mr. Nice Guy. Nice Tom. When it comes to MMA, he's gone. And I'm going full bad guy, I think.
I'm not sure if he has it in him. I'm not sure if he's that guy, but interesting stuff there from Tommy Aspinall. So that's tomorrow on the program. Now, over the weekend, some footage of Alex Pereira training. You know, there was some talk of Pereira fighting on January 24th that came out, but we told you rather quickly that wasn't the case. I do believe. Well, I just want to give myself the old. I mean, I think I kind of had like the whole, like all the top fights. Did you guys happen to see that? It was cheeky. It was cheeky. I said, "How would you feel?" I didn't want to like, I didn't want to just like ruin.
Fucking hell.
Did you guys see that? Did you see that, Frank? Or
I did. Good stuff, man.
I mean, it was in between like, butternut squash soup servings,
You're threading the needle.
Yeah, it's just like basically like they said I wasn't classified, so G14.
You guys are D1 Glazer, bro.
But don't forget D1.
Yeah. Oh, you think I'm D1 classified?
Well, I'm just saying there's some classification here. Come on.
That is true. Anyway, Robles Despain is fighting Sam Alvey Friday, Karate Combat. It's Karate Combat 58 in Miami for the heavyweight title. Well, here he is training with the one and only Alex Pereira, Poatan. Look at this. They're going pretty hard. This is whoa, that right hand. Whoa. Hands up, bro. Yo, this is crazy. Round over. And then apparently Alex was going with someone who I guess, was he like a Twitter troll or something? Who is this guy that he knocks out? Look at this. Boom. Right to the body. Boom. Oh, chopping the tree. Oh, left hand. Anyone know who that guy is? Is he a training partner? Who is he? Out. Does anyone know who that is?
No, I got no clue.
But like, was it a guy who was talking smack?
No clue. Never seen this man in my life.
Anyway, Alex posted on social media about all of this training. Yesterday was a really good training day. I could prove myself, what I can do, where I can go. I've not trained since my last fight because I injured my foot. And now before returning to training, I decided to spend Thanksgiving with my children in Orlando. But there was a small change of plans. So we went to the gym, did 2 workouts. Second workout was sparring day and I couldn't just watch. So after 2 months, I went through the fire doing 8 rounds with 8 different people, different weights, maybe one of them lighter than me. Maybe I didn't have the same performance because these were the only 2 workouts after my last fight and I wasn't physically prepared. I was a little apprehensive because I didn't go to do this type of training and I didn't even bring a mouth guard, but thank God nothing happened. I'm coming back to do it. Nobody has done. Shama. Does that mean heavyweight, that last line? What do you guys think?
I think so. That paired with the 2 + 1 = Shama post.
Shama. That's a good little transition there. 2 + 1 = 3 Shama. Makes sense. Now, if he fights John Jones, he's not getting a belt, but
maybe John Jones is just the start at heavyweight.
Maybe he's the holder of the GOAT belt. They're creating belts like out of thin air these days.
Yeah,
so
I think the pound for pound belt is going to come soon. 2.5 Ilya versus Islam.
Then there's going to be like BMF titles per weight class. So there'll be like lightweight BMF, welterweight BMF.
I've been banging the drum for that for a while.
Flyweight BMF.
I'm waiting for the first women's BMF.
Women's BMF. Anyway, Khamzat Chimaev weighed in. What do you guys think of this? He said, "What is this?" No. He weighed in on that post over there. I think it was. Oh, we don't have that one. It was a -1 aura. He said. So
no, I think he was saying -1 belt, right?
No, I know, but I viewed it as.
Taking one.
I viewed it as. Oh, do you think he said that, or that you don't have it? Don't like count your chickens before they hatch.
No, I'm with you. I think he was saying, "Hey, Alex, -1 aura."
That's what I thought.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not it. He was saying he's going to take one of those.
Is it chickens before they hatch or eggs before they hatch?
Yes, chickens.
Who's to check?
Count your chickens before they hatch.
Don't catch the chickens before they hatch.
It would be redundant, right? Because the chickens are inside the egg. They would have to hatch. So it's obvious that it's an egg.
But what
it's
came
implied.
first?
You don't really need to
Why
say
couldn't
egg.
you count your eggs before they hatch?
Because someone earlier in the day said eggs before they hatch. Did you notice that?
I don't know, but
why couldn't you count
Kayla said
them
that.
before they
Like,
hatch?
I don't want to count my eggs before they hatch.
But the actual term is chickens before they hatch.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, because I was starting to question myself.
Yeah, you never know how many are going to hold chickens.
Right.
Well, they're all. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Anyway,
are you counting the chickens before they hatch, Frank? Is that what you just did?
I didn't realize it was like Schrodinger's egg up in here. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you were about to imply that you should count the chickens.
You're right. I'm so sorry.
Before they hatch.
Speaking of Khamzat, he did send a message to Nasruddin Imavov saying, and I quote, "See you after Ramadan, Imavov. Shh. You have time to work on your wrestling. Bratishka." Is that like, do you think it's like a Russian way of saying like bruv or bra? Bratishka?
I don't know, but I might add it to the repertoire. Google says it's a Russian word for little brother.
Oh,
what's up, Bratishka?
Yo,
Little broed him.
He little broed him in Russian? That's crazy. Imavov weighed in. He's all good. He's happy. Everyone was eating this past weekend because it was Thanksgiving, and that's what you do, including our good friend Armin Sarukian. Look at Armin. Look at this. Look at this guy. What's he eating there? What is that, a little paella?
Looks like a camel.
It's not a camel. That is
Look
not.
at that as a skull that he's holding in his hand.
I see rice. Oh my God.
I think that's a sheep or a lamb skull.
I see rice. I see, is that mushroom there? Look at this. This is unbelievable.
Now, are those cashews or are those like shrimp poppers?
I'm here for it.
Oh, you're right. That is. Yeah, I see the cashews. I see tomatoes.
I actually only see one singular tomato.
Is there schnitzel there? In the middle?
No, I'm thinking no schnitzel. I think it looks like a hide or like some sort of...
It looks like paella to me.
He said light dinner tonight with a sheep emoji.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is. Well.
Or is it lamb?
That explains it. This guy, he is unbothered. He is unbothered by all the drama surrounding the weight class, the division. Look at him getting out of his car. What kind of car is this? What do we got here? It's a Bugatti? What is this?
Pretty sure it's a Rolls Royce.
Let's break this down. Is he driving without shoes?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to dirty it?
Not a bad play.
What is this? Silk? Satin? What's happening here? He looks like a prince.
Looks like a silk shirt. I will say it doesn't look like he gets the slippers fully on.
You think he's going half on?
Left one does. I don't know if that left one's fully on.
He's got big feet.
Look at the way that door opens. Opposite way. Next level. I'm fascinated by, is he driving without shoes?
You don't do that?
No, I do not.
You grip the clutch better.
Also, you know how you know you're a boss? You don't put your phone in your pocket. You walk around. It used to be like you walk with your keys in your hand, but now you just walk with the phone. That's how you know you're important. That's a look right there. How do we think this plays out, by the way? How does this actually play out?
Wait, what's the significance of walking with your phone?
Yeah, you're so busy. People are calling you. There's deals happening. If you put it in your pocket, like you're going to miss a call or you have to dig, like it's just there. It's just like, okay, do me a favor, like go over there and call this guy and let me know when you wrap that up, all right?
I wonder what Armin's screen time is.
Yeah, seriously. Here's the thing. How does this play out? Patty, Justin, does Armin fight someone else? Or does Ilya come back and then there's two belts? Like what the more I think about this, the more I think they've just created a massive mess on their hands. Like, this is the heavyweight division all over again, where Tom was defending an interim title, and then there's like this other division over here. Obviously not the same, but I just don't know how this actually plays out.
My guess is that Arman won't take a fight unless it's for the belt. But I wouldn't be shocked if it takes Ilya longer to come back and they do a second interim title fight.
Okay.
The winner versus Arman.
Mess of a situation. Mess. They've created this mess of a situation.
Mess of a thing, yeah.
I mean, all you have to do was Arman versus Paddy, interim title, winner fights Ilya. And now who knows? Maybe Ilya moves up to 170. It's all a mess. Might not see Arman for a year and a half. People saying like, oh, you know, he let the UFC down. He had a title shot. Okay, enough already. Okay, he's come back since. By the way, not only that, he made weight for them as a backup fighter in June. He's come back. Like, screw the guy. What are we talking about here? There are people who have tested positive for PEDs, and they've just waltzed right back into title fights. I'm trying to look. If Charles is really going to fight Max, and there was some brouhaha over the fact that the UFC Brazil account posted that they were fighting for the BMF, and then they deleted it, and I saw Charles actually speak to Guilherme Cruz of MMA Fighting, the Brazilian beast himself, and he said, like, yeah, this is the fight, but it's not happening in January, because that's what the tweet originally said. And I feel like that card has enough. Like, what do you need? Could you imagine having the interim lightweight title and the BMF lightweight title on the same card? Be crazy. So that seems to be the fight. So Charles and Max, that's 2 and 3. Arman is 1. Gaethje Pimblett 4-5. Hooker he just beat. Gamrot he's fought already, and maybe he fights Gamrot again. Gamrot's trying to fight Sean Brady, who's talking about moving down to 155. Then there's BSD. Maybe it's Arman versus BSD.
I just don't know if you can take that if you're Arman. The real way it gets super messy is if Ilya does move up to 170.
Oh, yeah. Well, then I guess he just fights the winner of Paddy versus Justin for the actual belt.
Yeah.
I think at this point he just wants to be champion. But that would be crazy. He would have lost out on the Islam fight, and I know that was his fault, and also now the Ilya fight. A lot up in the air as it pertains to one Ilya Topuria. Also, speaking of the Brazilian Beast, he was with Carlos Prates at the Corinthians match yesterday. Did you guys happen to catch last week? I asked Carlos about who he supports. That clip went crazy on like the Brazilian sites, and now here he is pitch side. Talk about G14 classification. If we're not relevant, how's this happen? Huh? You think that's a coincidence? You think that's a coincidence? I asked him. I asked him something about Neymar, and he's like, "Oh, he plays for some team." I guess that was shade. Everyone loved that because he was saying like they're like a small team, you know, they can't lace their boots. So that was cool. Anyway, Frankie, do we have any super chats?
Super chats. Yes, we do.
Oh, wonderful.
Hi, Ariel. Hope you're feeling good. I was
Thanks.
just at the Jake Joshua presser in Miami, and I just have to say it was an honor and a blessing to
Wow.
witness your greatness in person. Congrats, and keep being you.
I appreciate that. What'd you think of my nose in person? Was it that big? I appreciate that. Thank you. What about that Bills win yesterday? You see that, Frankie?
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you didn't see it. You were texting me up a storm during that game. I was like, Frankie,
Hey,
I'm
you
watching
were cracking
Bills
the whip.
Steelers.
I had to work. Do you observe Black Friday or Boxing Day at all?
In what respect? Oh, I didn't say what else.
It was implied.
I thought you were actually curious.
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Well, Black Friday, do I observe it? I mean, no, it's not really a holiday, so there's nothing really to observe. Boxing Day, as in like the day after Christmas? I mean, there's usually some good Premier League football on and some darts. Other than that, what is there to observe? Like, what are you supposed to do on Boxing Day?
I've been told it's the day you're supposed to return gifts back to the store.
I think that's Pete's Day where he dresses up in the tracksuit, right?
St. Stephen's Day.
That's the day after Christmas, right?
Yep.
You're supposed to wear the tracksuit that you got on Christmas.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty much my observation. Wait, do you guys observe Black Friday?
I don't know what that means.
I'm kind of with you. What does observe mean?
Yeah,
Go
what does that
buy
mean?
stuff?
Do you guys like wake up
I
at
bought
5?
a thing or two.
5 a.m.?
If it's getting 50 emails from every retailer, then yeah, I guess I observe it.
Ooh, Frank's upset.
Upset.
Did you go to Best Buy, Rick?
I went to Nike, got a few sneakers.
I was casually shopping in Soho over here, and I walked into a store, and they were like 40% off everything. I was like, don't mind if I do.
Wow.
What's the occasion?
Yeah, what is
like,
the occasion?
It's Black Friday, dude.
Was it not crazy?
I was like, oh shit. It's New York. Everything's crazy.
Yeah. I actually like consciously say to myself, this is the one day I'm not going to shop because I don't want to get sucked in because I feel like there's like hidden fees and all this nonsense.
The other 364 though, you're shopping?
Oh yeah. I don't want to. I'm not cheap.
I like the conspiracy theory.
I'm not cheap.
Is that Black Friday it actually is more expensive?
Lion doesn't concern himself with sheep, all right?
Hidden fees?
Yeah. They get you to buy something. Now you're on their mailing list. Now you get a million different things.
Did you say you're not sheep or you're not
Sheep. Lion doesn't concern himself with sheep.
I thought you were saying cheap. You were like, I prefer to pay full price.
I do think there's some.
He doesn't want to pay
involved.
the premium, the Black
There's
Friday
prestige
premium.
involved. I'm not doing that shit. I want nothing to do with it.
All right, so fuck Black Friday.
You are not going to dictate when I shop, all right?
Or when you put your cell phone in your pocket.
That's right.
But I will shop the other 364.
No problem. In fact, I bought something on Saturday.
The Black Friday sale was over.
I waited for it to be over just to buy it.
I'm pretty sure Black Friday extends through the weekend.
Well, I didn't get any.
Cyber Monday.
No, you know how I know this?
About Cyber Monday.
Because I lost my sunglasses on Thursday. I thought to myself, let me buy them on Friday. I waited till Saturday. They were the same price as when I bought them 2 years ago.
Was Armin even
what price were they Friday?
Good on you, man.
I didn't look. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to be sucked in. I didn't want to be. I didn't want to have that temptation.
Wait. And you bought
Hey, this
these
price
online?
is less today, but you wait
Physically.
till tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You went in store?
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah. I want to try them
B&M
on.
as they call it.
Cyber Monday deal? Anybody?
Yeah. What is Cyber Monday?
That's what I'm getting at. Why
Online deals
Why all the
today.
emails on Friday if we're not whatever?
What's
More
on-
like tech.
Keep doing you. We appreciate you guys.
Tech deals and
Your
online
opinion
shopping
matters.
deals today.
What's going on there, Frank? Are you having a conversation by yourself? What's happening? Oh, you're actually reading things now? You're reading things before Jordan puts it up.
Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Wow.
I was trying to read it in my head to make sure I had it right.
Ariel and team, keep doing you. We appreciate you guys. Your opinion. Oh, thanks. Oh, that's my guy, Sammy.
Sammy's the man.
Love
Shout out
that guy.
Sammy.
Thank you.
Have you noticed, by the way, that they changed the names to the handles now? You used to be able to like have a name. Like I noticed this.
It changes day by day.
I noticed this on your reaction to the Qatar, the post show for Qatar, you, PT, and Chuck, when you kept whining about the polls and stuff.
Wow.
I was replying as myself, which would typically say New York Rick, but now it said my YouTube handle, which is at Eric Jackman, unfortunately.
And it'll switch back, Rick. It really does it back and forth.
Oh, that
Jordan
sucks.
and I noticed.
Trash.
What else, Frankie? What else?
What's the best side you had from Thanksgiving?
I love stuffing.
Stuffed up?
I'm a huge. Yeah, sure. I like it both.
No, not stuffed up.
I'm fine with it. My favorite is candied yams, but I didn't have any.
Oh man,
I didn't have any stuffing this year. Heartbreaker.
Oh, they didn't serve it.
They had stovetop. And
Did
he
you
was
did
like,
you
"No."
say like, excuse me,
No.
did you guys forget the stuffing?
Kept my mouth shut.
What did they put inside the
entire
cavity
time.
on the turkey?
Did you guys forget?
There's nothing like being at the friend's house for Thanksgiving and
you're judging.
The conversation kind of falls quiet and like all you can hear is the forks and everything and you're just like, do I say something? Do I let someone else? And they always put you smack middle of the table too.
Tough. That is tough.
It's tough. It's tough.
It's tough.
A
Did
great
you say
corn
any?
casserole though. It was good.
Did you break the seal? Did you say anything, or did you let somebody else?
I let someone else. Kind of just stay in line, you know.
Between that and the whole Cowboys Chiefs halftime debacle.
That was tough. I could hear Dana screaming in the other room. And
Were you thinking like the
Grandma
amount of
was like-
memes that I could be making right now, and I'm stuck here talking to these guys?
Yeah, the grandma was saying nonsense. I can't even remember what she was saying at this point.
Did you have any memes in the holster at least?
No, not
That you
really.
could fire off
And
like.
I kind of had to make some BS on the side.
Let me just check something real quick. Boom, meme.
Yeah, I think my best days might be behind me.
Wow.
Poor grandma.
Olden days, I'm bringing the laptop and saying,
You're bringing the laptop to Thanksgiving?
yeah, this one I couldn't.
That's
make
crazy
it
work.
happen.
That's crazy work.
Grandma's giving the most important.
I think you made the
speech of
right
her
call.
life.
Some nonsense from
She
the
might have been
grandma.
saying something
Could have been
important.
lottery numbers.
I couldn't be
Connor.
bothered.
By the way,
Sean O'Malley's Song Ya Dong. And I'm like,
Holy
What's
shit!
going on? What's going on out
So
there?
what
She's probably
happened
like, "Why is
to
Honor here?
Auntie
Tell me
Sue?
something."
Yeah.
Who are you?
By the way, what about the fact that that was like a pre-record thing, but they kind of made it seem like it was real?
Thanks,
Like it was
JB.
What was the IV thing? I had
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
what was
I had
that?
like a fever dream, and Dana was hooked up to an IV.
Opening cards. That was a different one.
That's what it was. That
And
was
never
something else.
actually acknowledged that he was hooked up to an IV.
He didn't mention the IV.
Didn't
in
mention
his
the
own.
IV. Didn't mention the IV. No, but it was like, everyone's excited. This is James Brown. Everyone's excited about the UFC coming to Paramount Plus. Let's send it over to the one and only Dana White, who has a special announcement. Thanks, JP. As you know, Thanksgiving's all about fighting, family, and food. Well, maybe not the fighting, but I've got some fights for all of you. Oh, wait. 1 sec. Who's at my door? And
No,
then
no,
it's
that
like-
was after.
I know.
They announced it, and then
And he had like the dips
Robin.
all by, like all around him, and he's sitting by himself.
The real way that they should have done it is back to Dana. Commercial starts. He's at his dinner table eating Thanksgiving, and then like they pop in, and he turns around, and he's like, "Oh,
yeah.
What's up, everybody? I got some good fights for you." He chews through it.
That's
to fight
exactly it.
announcements.
That would be,
I would have liked
That
to
would've been
see
the-
them simulcast him on Instagram. That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah,
what we are used to. My preferred method of fights being announced: Dana White solo into his phone on Instagram.
like have like a
Just
person there.
simulcast
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. That would have made it. But right afterwards, he did go on Instagram and announce
That's what I want.
The 325 fights. I don't know why the Namajunas really annoyed me. I mean, like she's been in the organization for over 10 years now. How do you not know how to pronounce her name?
Champion multiple times.
Crazy, right? Namajunas. Rose Namajunas. Like what? Is that true?
And if it was recorded,
Yes,
why
it's
didn't
true.
they fix that?
No, this one
No,
wasn't.
this
That
is
was
on the
live.
IG
That was live. Yeah. Unfortunately, that was live. What else, Frankie? What else?
Would you eat a slice of pizza that your boy smelled up and down?
It is a great question. I was thinking about that. It was very close to his nose. I think they are all like really close, and
I ain't eating that shit.
you're right.
No
Right.
chance.
It's a good point. It's a good
He
point.
also grabbed it multiple times too.
I'm pretty sure those guys live at his house and like don't have to pay rent. So I think
You don't pay rent.
them's the
You have
breaks.
to eat the sniffed pizza.
Yeah. I think
Eat it.
I don't know what kind of pizza was it. I was actually very
I
intrigued
saw
with
some
the
olives
Georgians.
and
Yeah, I
some
think it was
pineapple.
green olive and pineapple.
Ah, fuck.
Some sheep
I
on there?
knew those guys knew ball. I knew it. What else, Frankie? What else?
UFC may have wanted to guarantee the first Paramount event ends with a bang. Nunes versus Kayla is significant, but can see a world where it's not exciting.
Nah. I don't buy that.
Read it one more time.
I don't buy that.
And then
I
Frank reads
I
it.
wanted to process it. I wanted to process
Why
it.
do you read it?
Read it
and
one
mouth
more.
it?
I wanted
you
to
don't ever
process
do
it.
that until the super chats.
I wanted to process it, all right?
He's so tuned you
By
up
the way, Rick, you agree or not?
that Kayla should have been in the main event.
Yes.
Kayla and Amanda.
Yes.
Over this, yes, 100%.
Okay, yeah. I mean, not obviously over this. I'm not saying over anything. I'm saying
No, but like if Ilya was coming, like
of course not.
this,
If it was Ilya versus Patty, of course that's the
Yeah,
main
this
event.
should have
Are
been-
you surprised that it's not
A little bit.
Also, why couldn't this
I'm
have
not
just been a
surprised.
co-main? Why couldn't Ilya and Patty just have? Patty and Justin just been a co-main?
Yeah, it's exactly what we said. It's crazy.
It doesn't make any sense that it has. to
I don't think.
By the
I
way-
don't think people are tuning in less. I don't think they're not buying tickets, but I think belts matter. I think the belt, the undisputed belt, and not just any undisputed title fight. We're not talking about like some, whatever, contender that no one cares about. This is Amanda Nunes coming back against Kayla Harrison. What?
belts matter because of who's holding them. Like we have to get rid of this idea. Like somebody's I kind of poked fun at how stupid this interim title was, and somebody on Twitter is like talking about like, well, the belt matters because the casual fans are going to care that there's a championship on the line. No, that's not actually true. Like nobody, if you go up to a casual fan and say, guess what? Justin Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett are fighting, and they're like, so I don't care, or who are those guys?
Yeah.
And then you go, but wait, there's an interim title on the line that they're all of a sudden
No one
going to
cares.
give a shit. Nobody gives a fuck. And flashing it in some kind of promo that they're playing on a commercial does not matter. The belts only matter because the person that's carrying them is the person that's carrying them, right? The belt matters that Ilia Topuria holds it because he came up and beat Charles Oliveira and holds it, and Islam Makhachev held it before. All the story and the lineage is why these belts matter. It's the reason why Tom Aspinall being interim champion for as long as he didn't matter a lick until he became undisputed. And so the idea that like you just throw a belt on anything and it matters, that is not true. That does not track. Kayla Harrison is the champion, and it matters because Amanda Nunes was the champion for so long. That belt matters. Interim spun up bullshit like does not matter, and it doesn't work in promos. And this idea that like they had to have a belt on it, and it's not true. It's actually not true. No casual fan is being convinced by the idea that like, well, Patty versus Justin is a great fight, but guess what? It has a belt attached to it too. Not one casual cares anymore. Not one single one.
And this is exactly what they always told us they didn't like about boxing. You know, these belts. You're
making up belts.
You're creating belts. And by the way, this was what we were told, like, okay, we were told that belts needed to headline pay-per-views, right? Well, we're off pay-per-view now. So you don't need to create a belt to headline it. And you have a belt that you can headline it with. And it's the undisputed women's bantamweight title. So there is no other explanation other than the fact that they just don't value the belt. And they don't value the people who are fighting for the belt. That's it. How you can say anything else? What if someone asks Dana White, and I'm sure he'll give like some sort of non-answer, why is an interim title fight, which doesn't feature a number one contender, why is this headlining one of the all-time best women's title fights on paper? Why? What's the reason? I'd love to know the answer. And I'm sure there's going to be like, shut up, who cares? They're still fighting 5 rounds, it doesn't matter. And yeah, I guess you're right. But to me, undisputed title fights should go last. That's it.
Or not necessarily, right? Like Conor McGregor should supersede an undisputed title fight. It's just the way, like, we just have to be logical. We just have to be reasonable about all this. I would respect it more if they were just like, Ilia is not champion. These guys are fighting for the title, and Ilia can get the next crack. There's no rhyme or reason to what these interim titles mean anymore. They don't mean anything. They are just, again, for this poster, but I'm not convinced that anybody actually even cares about it on the poster. It makes no sense. It's garbage. It's nonsense. And unless the champion's hurt, like there's really no reason to be making this stuff up.
Yeah, I kind of
just strip them.
I kind of just hate the fact that this new era is starting. You know,
yeah, it's
with
weird.
This weirdness. Also, what about
and Armin's there? And Armin exists. Armin
literally right
literally exists, and he has to watch 2 guys fight for an interim title that makes no sense. It's all nonsense.
By the way, what are we going to talk about and complain about for like the first 3 weeks of January?
Nothing.
It's like literally nothing to do. We should just take the whole month off.
I'm down.
Seriously, that's a long ass break.
That is a really long break. As you said, we're used to that like fight night before they get to the first pay-per-view of the year.
It's usually like January 10th fight night, headlined by Calvin Kattar, and then it's always
that was the Max one.
Do you know what I mean? No, it was like Calvin Kattar like 4 times.
No, I think Kattar versus Max was like one of them.
And Kattar Giga the year after.
See?
Oh, there you go.
See? And then there's the pay-per-view. There's like on the 17th or 19th.
Last year, I think it was Dern Hebus that had man.
It's a nice way to ease into the year.
Little did we know.
That
was the beginning of the path to strawweight champion for Mackenzie Dern.
Mackenzie Dern.
What else, Frank? What else?
If you could magically turn a UFC fighter back into their prime form, who would you choose?
James Tahuna?
The first thing that came to mind was BJ Penn. Can I ask you guys a question? This will sound like I'm harping on it, but I'm really not.
Yeah.
Who do you consider to be the greatest welterweight champion of all time?
George St. Pierre, not even a debate, not a question. We shouldn't even discuss it.
Who's number 2?
I don't know off the top of my head. There's a convincing argument for Kamaru. I don't know. Who are you suggesting there's another number 2?
Yes, Matt Hughes.
I would buy that. I think Kamaru has a great argument against Matt Hughes in that scenario, but I think number 1 is not even it's comical to even question.
I think there's an argument for Hughes. I think there's an argument for Kamaru.
Yep.
I think there's an argument for Leon. I think there's an argument for Tyron Woodley. I think they're all together. I'll go as far as to say I think there's an argument for BJ Penn. Welterweight champion.
Even I won't go that far. Lightweight, yes.
The point is, there's an argument. There's no clear-cut number 2. I think there's a clear-cut number 1. I was thinking about this when I was like, I feel like we've kind of forgotten about Matt Hughes. and how good he was.
It's GSP, a massive gulf, a massive gap, and then I think Kamaru and Matt are kind of the next two in line.
Yeah. So that's also something that came to mind when this guy asked about like going back, like Matt Hughes in his prime. Imagine Matt Hughes now with his wrestling, with his strength. I feel like he'd be very, very, very
GSP
impactful.
and BJ Penn, some of their best wins are Matt Hughes. That is how they became these guys. So yes, Matt Hughes belongs in that combo for sure.
Now, what else, Frank? What else?
Lastly, your favorite teams playing tonight. Your division leader, New England.
Yeah, I can't even spell their name right. Can't even spell their name
Pats
right.
Nation.
Loser. Yeah, big game. I would love for the Giants to win. You know what's crazy? The Pats still haven't had a bye week yet. It's December 1st. Their first bye week is next week.
That's fucking illegal.
Yeah, I think so. Seems like it's cheating in some way, shape, or form. They're probably going to win.
Federal fucking prison.
It's very funny when I look at the videos that I do for the CBC or other places, and these lines are popping up in the comments. It actually makes me laugh. So please keep it up. There's like, who's to check? There's it's tough. There's federal, and they're like, what? They're probably thinking, what the hell does this mean? Anyway, Patriots have a very easy schedule. I still think that the AFC is ripe for the taking. Bills' first half yesterday didn't look great. Second half looked phenomenal. Most rushing yards at Heinz Field. Absolutely annihilated the Steelers. I mean, it wasn't even really close in the second half. Big game coming up this weekend against Cincinnati. Joe Cool is back. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I think you guys are going to win. I mean, the Giants have had some big wins this year. Eagles, you know, they've. Is Jackson Dart playing? I hope so. Probably not. Knowing our luck. What about that Lane Kiffin, huh? Anyone got any thoughts on him?
Yeah. I feel like he's kind of doing Ole Miss dirty.
You don't like this?
No, leave him before the season's over. Going to your school's rival.
Was it his fault?
I mean, by taking the job at LSU, it becomes his fault, yeah. But do I blame him for taking the job? No.
They made an ultimatum, right? They said, take the job now or we're moving on, right?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, I think the biggest beef was him trying to stay and coach through the playoff, which just can't happen.
Should Ole Miss have allowed that?
No, absolutely not. There's too much recruiting going on, and there's too much movement with coaching staffs in college. He's going to poach a lot of the guys from Ole Miss as it is.
Why couldn't he have said to LSU, hey, let me just finish this out, and I'll see you in February?
Yeah, I would imagine he probably did in the beginning, and LSU was just like, nah.
Because we want to screw these guys?
You want to come coach for us? You come now.
Why can't there be rule? Like in the NFL, you can't do that.
Yeah. I don't know.
You think they're going to change it?
Probably not.
It seems a little, well, because this became such a big story.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they will, but I can't imagine.
This isn't the first time. Literally in March, Maryland's basketball coach was openly flirting with Villanova as they're preparing for Sweet 16. And then he's like, no, nothing's happening. They lose by 20 to Florida, and the next day he's in Philadelphia signing a contract.
Okay, so, but that guy didn't leave.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of college football coaches that leave before the bowl games. It's just crazy to leave before.
It's just a distraction. It's such a distraction for all these guys. But you're right. He took so many coaches already with him. They're like,
did they all leave?
Gutted.
A lot of them
I believe
are leaving,
they had 2 planes, one for family, one for coaches.
Wow. Is it true he left his dog behind?
That's what I saw. I imagine they're going to go back for the dog.
I have to say, I knew nothing about this story like 2 weeks ago, but I was kind of locked in towards the end.
Yeah, man, he really screwed over Marty Smith. He was stuck down in Oxford all week.
Nah, Marty Smith, he got the big exclusive. Yeah. I'm sure he would have traded that all day. I mean, he killed it. He was the guy. He was right there on the side of the road. It was unbelievable. Is he the biggest villain in college football now?
To Ole Miss fans, for sure.
Not to LSU fans. But I feel like LSU fans love him, Ole Miss fans despise him, and everyone else kind of lost respect.
This is who he is, though.
This is who he is. He left Tennessee after 1 year.
Yeah, he was at Tennessee for a year. You know, did bad at USC. He's had these issues.
So why is he so
It's
desired?
like there's a term for, there's like a phrase
What,
that
H,
you could say about that, but
why is he so desired then?
The track record. He turned FAU into a powerhouse in Conference USA for a little bit, and then he turned Ole Miss. I mean, 11-1 is their best season ever. He's taken the blueprint from Saban. He was with him for like 3 years.
Yeah.
And now he's become an incredible coach. I mean, Saban's coaching tree is immaculate.
And it's $100 million?
10 years, I believe. The money is fucking crazy.
That's insane, $100 million.
They're paying Signetti at Indiana $90 million. Indiana football, you get $90 million to coach.
That's absurd. That's more than NFL coaches.
I'm telling these guys are literal kings in these small towns.
And
kings.
And he checked in with the aforementioned Nick Saban and our very own Pete Carroll to get some advice.
Our own Pete Carroll, man.
I don't get this one.
Pete Carroll. It said Peter Carroll.
It said Peter Carroll, yeah.
I was like, what?
They wrote Peter Carroll for some reason.
They should have just wrote Pete C.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Who calls him Peter Carroll, by the way?
Yeah, I can't remember last time.
Nobody.
That's actually why I did understand what you guys were saying.
Nobody has called him Peter Carroll in forever.
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out.
That is a crazy, crazy story. Yeah, I feel bad for the Rebels. So what? They got a new coach now, the defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah, we'll see if that holds.
You think it's interim?
I would imagine.
Like Gaethje and Pimblett.
Yeah.
What a story. America, right? And they're in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs. Yeah, 11-1.
Wow. Could you imagine if they win? Are they the favorite?
No.
Who's the favorite?
Ohio State.
Yeah,
boring. They're good.
Tom Day.
Ryan.
Damn it. It didn't sound right. Right as I knew there was a day involved there, but
we're gonna get you one day. We're gonna hook you.
Listen,
it's everything you like in sports: pageantry, diehard fan bases,
hook 'em horns.
Yeah, big win against Texas A&M.
Is Georgia in the playoff?
Yeah, but this is where it gets complicated. We punched a ticket to the SEC championship this weekend because Texas beat Texas A&M, but it might not behoove us to be in the SEC championship because now we got to play Bama, and it's just an additional game. We were already in as it was. We're the number 3 team in the country. But yeah.
So what happens?
So now we got to play Bama on Saturday.
You think they're going to work the fight?
No, we need to win because we want to get a first-round bye. The top 4 teams get a first-round bye.
Oh, how many teams make it now? 12?
12, yeah.
Damn.
But we could maybe bounce Bama, but I think Bama's probably in.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, that's your college football report brought to you by Progressive. One final thing. I did want to bring up the fact that Survivor. So I told you that Whitaker and Jamie TKV won over across the pond. I told you about RAF, had a nice show, Michael Chandler winning. Anyone catch Survivor Series at Petco Park? This was over the weekend, Petco Park. John Cena lost to Dominic Mysterio, and now he has one match left, and that's December 13th, Saturday night's main event in Washington. I mean, a lot of people saying that the year-long retirement tour just hasn't been what we wanted. Look, I think Cena had great matches, some of his best. SummerSlam was great. WrestlePalooza was great. He had a couple other great ones in between. The heel turn was not good. I don't think he necessarily needed to win the belt, but fine, he won it. I don't think necessarily he needed to win the IC title. Fine, he won it. Now he lost it back. There's been a lot of losses. Like he got WrestlePalooza is when he got annihilated by Brock Lesnar. SummerSlam was great, and there was another one. Clash was great. The I think it was the AJ Styles match. Anyway, point being, he's lost a lot, and I think the thinking is they want him to lose on the way. That's the business, right? You lose on the way out, you make stars, you put people over. That's how it works. It seems like a lot of losses, though, and I don't know if people wanted that or asked for that. It seems to have been very drawn out. It's a tough one because, do you want him to win all the way to the end and then he, leaves as a dominant force? That's not the way the business goes. But do you want him to lose this much? Feels like he's getting weak. Anyway, the War Games thing, it was nice. I enjoy the pageantry. It's cool in the stadium. To me, War Games is a little bit weird because the match only officially starts once all the competitors are in the rings. And so it's what is the point of the first 20 minutes or so? Feels like it's a little bit slow. Point being, Paul Heyman is the freaking man, and I've seen some people coming after Paul for pushing a kid, and I'm not happy about it. Here's the video in question. Paul walking out with Logan Paul. Kid comes up, and he pushes him. Here it is again. Yeah, I'm sorry, kid. This is the biggest heel manager / character / persona in the business. Paul freaking Heyman. Paul E. Dangerously. What do you think? You want him to like give you a kiss on the cheek as he's out in public? That's old school right there. That's exactly what he should be doing in that position. That's exactly what he should be doing in that moment. Enough of this breaking kayfabe left and right. Is nothing sacred anymore? That's exactly what Paul Heyman should be doing, and that's why he is the greatest of all time. That moment right there is further proof, another example as to why he is the greatest of all time. That's exactly what you do, and I miss that. Brilliant stuff from Paul. So anyone coming after Paul and saying like, oh, this is a low moment. No, it's not. That's what heels do. That's exactly what heels do. I see a lot of the AEW fans shitting on Paul for it. Do we not remember MJF like throwing a drink in someone's face? That's what heels do. And that's what you sign up for when you're in the vicinity of heels with nuclear heat. Imagine he was like, oh yeah, hello kid. Then what is he? He's just a guy playing a character on TV. So I love that. And it was a reminder that some things are still sacred. So you keep on keeping on, Paul Heyman. You'll always have a friend and supporter in me. All right. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow on the program, Tom Aspinall, Sugar Sean, Almighty Allen, arielhelwani.substack.com. On the nose tomorrow. Send in your questions. I put it on Tuesday this week because I feel like there's a lot that you want to say. So here's your opportunity. One place where you will never see any Black Friday deals, arielhelwani.com. 20% off. Not because of Black Friday, but because we are back. Back in your life. And we're working on some uncrowned merch as well. So stay tuned for that. But it's time to go now. All kinds of activity.
Fight is a fight, you know? Business!
Yes.
Ah!
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Thank you, Kyoji Horiguchi. It's all a business. I guess that's the lesson. The fight business is a business. It's not a meritocracy. It's not a what have you done for me lately. It's not a rankings business. It is a prize fighting business. And that's what we have learned over the past week. We have learned that it's also a popularity contest. And look, I get that. I know that. I'm okay with that. It's also a business where tickets have to be sold and subscriptions have to be sold and all this stuff. I get that. But perhaps I'm crazy. Perhaps I'm biased. I think Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison is box office. I really do. I think it's box office. I think it's a big deal. And I think if promoted correctly, if we get some kind of old school promos, if we get old school marketing, get behind it with some promotional muscle, I think you could tell an incredible story. Look how captivating that young woman is. And look at who Amanda Nunes is and who she's beaten. You can't tell me you can't sell that. You just can't. I refuse to believe. Thank you very much. Joshua Van, good luck to him. Lamont Roach, good luck to him. Tony Ferguson, what a guy. Thank you to Lerone Murphy, Kayla Harrison. Thanks you. Back tomorrow, same time. This is a peace. I'm out of here.